Hey guys, what up? What up? We are here today to watch some GGG live. We can turn off the text there because this is the early stream that I was writing about. It's gonna start in 39 minutes. So we're gonna be stalling till then naturally, as we do be doing. I don't expect. Oh yeah, I should add drops to my Twitch title because there are drops. The wings, the hand, this. So the plan for today, honestly, is very straightforward. I plan to react to this, see what they have to say, get excited about what they have to say, then make a video about it. So I think what my day will look like is I will stream for the entirety of this. They will probably post something, a text document or something, maybe like a patch note type deal, or just update the wiki or something, you know. They will probably have something, and maybe if there is, then I would go through it, and if there isn't, then we'll talk about it and then end stream just so I can make the video and everything, and then once that is done, we can come back live tonight if there is enough time, or if not, we might skip the night stream today just to, you know, go over everything in a video and all my thoughts and everything. I kind of want to write notes. Honestly. I write notes to myself. We're also currently on the call with Arcane in case he shows up, so heads up. In the lol, subtracting went live. Yo, like, look at this. This is the ARPG community. We are live and we want to see this, and more people will just keep going live. Anyways, D4 is, oh yeah, there's D4, right? Who cares? We're going to stall to there. So we actually have a video for PoE2 I want to watch from Tai Killer. Maybe look at Quinn's reaction. I don't know. I actually haven't seen the initial clip, the Havoc's gameplay review. Haven't seen it. I don't know if it's a review or if it's just like gameplay footage. I don't know. People are reacting to it, so therefore it must be somewhat new. So let's watch. Let's see what he has to say, and let's take down the volume a bit. Not completely. We need to hear if we need to hear hi, I'm Mark Roberts, you know, or you know, Jonathan Rogers, whoever talks first. We need to hear that shit. So we're gonna leave that there and let's see the video.
We need to have a talk.
Okay, what do we need to talk about?
It's not about me and your mother.
Lol. How do you start a video like that? That was unexpected.
The topic of today's video is going to be PoE2. I've got some notes here, but I'm mostly freeball on this, so let's see how it goes. As a disclaimer, I went to LA to play the PoE2 beta. I've not played the updated version that some content creators have gotten access to. Personally, I feel like content creators spam pre-release content is kind of weird. I didn't like how in D4 content creators had like full guides in the entire game, and they already played through all the.
I mean, y'all heard me on my take on the D4 situation. I hated it. I hated its guts. I hated everything that it stood for. The whole Vessel of Hatred thing, where there were full-blown guys on the raid. The most exciting content in the expansion pack, and there were just full guys on it before the game was even out for to play. So it's like you just rob the community of that exploration period where people are trying to learn shit and fuck things up and all of that. Which is one thing I think GGG understand this, and they're not gonna I guess fall for that trap, so to say.
Raids and stuff before the game even came out. I don't like that kind of stuff. Personally, I don't mind it that some content creators have content though, as I feel like it's important for you know, a small department outside of Q&A to do things.
Yo, those smacks
Content, though,
to the
'cause I
hell.
feel
Like, look,
it's
just
important for
bing, bing,
you know, a
bing,
small department outside of Q&A
bing.
everything. Getting into stuff that I liked about PoE 2, I really liked the gameplay and feeling. It felt pretty modern, which is like kind of weird to say, because playing PoE 1 does not feel like a 2024 game. It kind of feels like, in a lot of cases, that I'm just playing a game from like 2010, which, you know, shout out to anybody that plays Brood War or any, like, you know, WoW Classic or anything like that. You guys already know that playing an old game is perfectly fine, but sometimes the Classic or anything like that.
He had
you
like
guys already
1
know that
HP.
playing an old
Like, look.
game is perfectly fine, but sometimes the engine definitely has some issues. I can understand why they made a second game. I'm not the happiest about it personally, but playing on a new engine definitely felt a lot better. A lot of the spell effects are way prettier. I have a feeling that when we get to maps and we start playing some like Giga Blaster builds, that we're gonna have some pretty
Isn't this just how it was initially?
crazy,
Because he has to start again.
screen, and it's gonna be
Welcome back. You're alive. I'm currently watching Tai Killer's reaction, or Tai Killer talk about PoE 2 with, I don't know if this is Havok's gameplay in the back. I think so. I could be wrong.
I think it's his from when he
Okay, no,
went
it's
there.
his. Yeah. Because I just realized I saw him go into the portal, touch the wall, come out, and the fight continued. And I was like, yeah, they removed this, didn't they? Okay. Do you know if they revealed, if anything new came out of Havok's review? Because I see a video on Quinn reacting to.
It's just a lot of people reacting to it.
Yeah.
He hasn't released another one though.
Is it actual like a review, like voice, or is it just like gameplay footage?
Wait, didn't we watch the Quinn one?
No, we watched Quinn's worst guide to PoE react.
Oh, dude, it's review. It's probably the best PoE2 video I've seen so far. Real talk.
The Havok
So
song.
you should definitely prioritize that. Yep.
Okay. I mean,
be really satisfying to play overall. I also kind of like the new gem system. I felt like not having to mess around with your sockets 24/7 was a really nice system. Part of the issue that a lot of people have is understanding how it works, and I feel like they do a better job explaining it. It's still pretty confusing for anybody that's never played any Path of Exile before, though, so hopefully they fix up the tutorial. If you're watching this, GGG, please make something to help the new players. I don't want to, you know, make a new player guide. Maybe that's something I'll work on if people want that. But talking about some of the stuff that I didn't like a lot of
Jesus.
frustrating situations, and it felt
I guess since this is old footage, I can understand why everything just feels like it's hitting so much.
Dodge roll doesn't really help you that much, and you're just kind of like dodge rolling over a single
It's
mob.
definitely not the
into
reality
another mob.
anymore, for sure.
It
Right?
almost felt like a lot of zones were like, if you were to take the mud flats from PoE 1, and just every zone is like that. This is a kind of big downside for me. I don't think we're gonna see as much crazy speed running through the entire zone and not killing anything, because, you know, a zone isn't 3 levels above us. But what you will see is a lot more gearing and taking our time, which for some people will definitely be a big turnoff. In my opinion, it's definitely worth playing before you actually get into it.
To be honest,
I'll
his
talk about, like,
damage
my
for
personal
this is
story
the
with it
lowest
a bit
Sork was
later,
ever
but
been.
just-
Everyone that went to this said Sork was really, really bad.
Yeah.
His damage for this on this boss is actually really impressive.
Yeah. So this is the actual, like, the first LA
This is the
trip.
bad Sork patch. Yes, this
Yeah.
is the first LA trip.
Just to kind of TLDR it, I went
It's
into
like-
it kind of hating it. I really disliked the first 30 minutes, and after that, I really
Oh,
didn't wanna
his
stop playing.
his
I got to
rolling
the
magma
point where we got
damage
to
is
the end of
decent.
The playtest, I think it was a few hours.
And can I
3-4
say
hours,
rolling
something like
magma
that.
just looks so much better here?
Where
like,
we got to the end of the,
look-
after
like, look at this.
I
This is
really
rolling
didn't wanna stop
magma,
playing.
basically.
I got to the point where
It's
we
like
got to the end of
it's actually like a
the
fiery
playtest,
ball.
I
It's not
think
like
it was
just.
2 hours, 3-4 hours.
I
something like
guess.
that. And I just kind of wanted to keep
I don't know.
playing. I just wanted
Yeah,
to keep
throwing
seeing,
a
like,
fiery
what would
stone.
happen. As far as complicated issues are concerned, this one might have been fixed since then, but the itemization was really weird.
It's a 4
So
gigabyte
items
patch,
feel
by the way.
very
Am I
important.
coping?
In
You
the
are
first run that I did,
coping.
I played through as a ranger,
Alright.
and I was pretty weak, and I was
Wait, so
kinda
this
going
count
through
guy
it,
is
and I
probably a
couldn't afford
werewolf.
bow that was really well rolled in the town, like a really well rolled rare bow.
Basically.
werewolf.
Go to
It's a-
equivalent
he is a
of
werewolf. He
Faustus,
transformed.
the gamble guy.
Yeah.
I was able to gamble
Spoiler,
a bow,
by the way.
and the bow rolled so
You know
well
that.
that the next 30 minutes that I
Love, I
played
guess
through
there's
was
a
just
spoiler. You do that.
insane. I was popping off. It felt
Like I'm
amazing.
realizing it because like
And I-
there are a lot of like counts and all of that in the Castlevania type deal that are actually like werewolves slash vampires. But even in this case, like a wolf just spawns out of nowhere, and he never had a pet wolf. So.
I don't think you can have, an item feel.
Oh shit! He's holding his sword in the wolf form. That's kind of cool.
One a little bit difficult, if you have like a mobile.
That's actually kind of cool. He's holding his sword while he still has his 4 wolf legs.
That good. If the game isn't one a little bit difficult, if you have like a mobile game level.
Can I just say I appreciate the fact that we don't have to touch this well gameplay that he's doing right here. I would lose my shit if this was what the gameplay was like.
You kind of run into a situation where like the items are meaningless. It doesn't really matter. You can kind of walk through naked.
Yes, I am a vocal well hater. Fuck the well.
And still kind of do things pretty well, but you get.
Hey, I don't even know why we would have to touch anything to refill our flasks. That's the one thing. And then 2, the fact that you leave the boss fight to go touch a well and come back. No, fuck that.
15% MS boots like I did towards the end of one of my runs.
Oh shit, he's actually fighting with his sword in wolf form.
Dodge out of things that you weren't able to dodge out of before and play a lot better. That feels really good. Obviously, it does lead to some frustrating moments though, where you don't get the movement speed boots, you don't get the good weapon. Your build just kind of sucks because you messed up like I did, and it is what it is. I'm sure a lot of these issues will kind of go away as we get.
What am I listening to? I was hearing like screaming. It's definitely not PoE2, but is there something happening in the background of this footage?
Better at the boss fights and more customer gameplay personally.
Apparently, like, are they still torturing people or something?
A bit. I don't really know what's going on there.
Yeah, because you caught him torturing people.
Yeah, but you're fighting him, so like, who is there someone else that's still torturing, or?
Do you want the spoiler?
Define how big of a spoiler is it, I guess.
It's not that big of a spoiler, but I'm assuming the person we saved someone there because she's talking. He kills her husband in the beginning of the fight because she goes, please don't take it, and he fucking chops her husband's head. So she's yelling, losing her shit while we fight. Which, honestly, is one of the sexiest sounds I've ever heard in gaming. The grief, the pain, the despair.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah, I'm cooked.
Holy. I know he was sitting on a throne, then he's like, I'll kill you myself, and jumps up, but like I didn't see him kill anyone unless you're talking about the executioner's fight, because this is the Iron Count.
Oh, is this not the same thing?
No, it's the executioner is the one that has the axe and chops someone's head off. He rolls into a pile, he jumps off the scaffold, and then starts trying to beat us with like an axe and like the whole fire meteor thing. Like that's him. That's the executioner. The Iron Count is a separate one. He is the one that was in charge of that domain that the executioner was in. So he's probably going to be the final boss of that act. And he has ice powers. He has ice. He apparently has werewolf type situation. Yeah, like that is who you escaped. You escaped the executioner. Once you load in, it doesn't hang you. Then you jump over, and then he is the person who basically puts you on a death row. He's the count. He's the leader of the place. He's as you said, he's Act 1 boss. He's Marvel, pretty much. So this is a fight you'll probably do after the executioner fight, maybe the next boss fight, or maybe even like I don't know, obviously, but could be a few boss fights ahead, but.
Oh no, there's 2 people in this fight.
Talking about this.
Yeah, so there's a woman that calls him husband, and she says this interloper has the power we need. Kill her, which is the ranger, obviously. But,
she was sitting beside him, I think.
Yeah. So it's just the wife you're hearing talk.
Yeah, but she's
screaming.
screaming.
I was mixing that up with executioner.
But she's screaming like
because you're killing her husband.
That gets a bit better.
But he's not dead yet.
It will be.
Just because of how frustrating it was in the second run that I did. Talking about other stuff, I guess I could just get into the story that I have. In my playthrough of PoE2, I was playing through as a ranger. I got pretty far into Act 1, and there was
By the way, for the people that keep saying that we won't hit 100k DPS plus, I went back to the VOD of the PlayStation gameplay with the PlayStation person.
Mm-hmm.
Check the DPS numbers. 300k.
That's not DPS, that's damage.
No, like when he does his big cooldown skills, when there's nothing that shows up.
Oh, it just goes from 0 to 300?
Yeah. There's some big skills.
I mean, what does the number even matter though? It's like, what if Shaper has 1 million health and your goal there is to have 50k DPS? Why does the number itself matter? We haven't played the game. We don't know if 100k is good or bad. So does it matter? We don't know. So who gives a shit? You know?
Fair.
Like we don't know what's good DPS or bad DPS. I don't think we're going to be going for 100 mil DPS like we are in like PoE 1. I think we're going to have less. Like I think bosses will have more reasonable health, but I also don't think they want us to get there either. Before you start dealing with the hundreds of millions and billions, and you know, or if you're like Connor, you know, you're looking at over 2 bill.
This is gonna be insane. My whole
I died
Twitch list
at
is
the same frame that sword, like
as it should be. As it should fucking be.
And the boss bugged out. And I raised my hand and said,
my guy is starting to shake with excitement.
Like, oh, is it not clear to the players where they're supposed to go? And I said,
I might have to be muted.
And he's like, oh, you go up those stairs.
They get really loud.
My game state was just kind of broken, and they were like, well, maybe we can like teleport you through, and that didn't really work out.
But also, there's so many people trying to download this update. It's actually freezing the launcher and the Steam.
So I had to completely restart. I didn't get to use like my stash or anything.
What do you mean?
The way that the playtest
The
was
update for the game.
Just assume that you play one character. Jonathan
they throttled it because of the amount of people trying to enter it at the same time.
A little bit better, but you are technically the first, you know, the furthest than anybody else, which makes sense. And I said, actually, that kind of makes me feel worse. I've been anticipating PoE.
If he's talking about the game state of PoE 2 that is not the current iteration, is this video is it that much, I guess, that worth it to watch? Question mark?
Havoc's.
Killer.
His was a skip to BH.
Okay, just
he's talking about the old game.
Yeah,
people
that's what I'm saying.
Playing the new one are saying we're worried it's too easy.
Why am I seeing ads? Get out of my screen. Get out of my face. There. By the way, how many minutes left? How many minutes? 22. Let's go. Yeah, this is executioner fight hit. Dude, it's 2 weeks away.
Havoc's dying, bro. That's not a good sign. If Havoc's dying, I'm gonna be giga dying, bro.
It's 2 weeks away. Just saying. This time in 2 weeks, we'd be playing PoE 2.
This video is primarily based on my March and June playthroughs, meaning that come early access on December 6th, the game most likely will be different, and any feedback given in this video may have already been addressed. On that note, the primary goal of this video is to, of course, provide feedback to GGG, emphasize.
You know something that's interesting about all the gameplay footage we've gotten recently is that with the mounts, they just haven't been mounts. Like since they revealed that mounts would be a thing and that they would have a place on the skill tree and yada yada, you could move while attacking on them. It's just been radio silent on mounts. We haven't seen anybody actually use the mount since then. We haven't since they switched to monsters having that extra oomph in their attack because we can attack and move off of the mount. We just haven't seen anything about the mount. So I don't know if this mount is going to be in the early access. Is the funny thing, because no one has talked about it.
It just depends on if ascendancies are gonna be, because it's an ascendancy for the thing.
Is it? Right? From what it said, it didn't sound like it was an ascendancy. It sounded like anybody would have access to it, but there's an ascendancy that would more prioritize it. I don't think it's an ascendancy.
I'm just gonna go pull up the video and see.
Yeah.
Was it the Ranger showcase?
I think it was either Ranger or they might have mentioned it on Witch. It's more likely to be Ranger. Yeah, it was the Ranger reveal. Nobody wait. PoE 2 Ranger reveal.
Let the hunt begin.
It was towards the
When we started to
end.
work on the Ranger, we knew we had to make a class with high agility. The dream of
Here.
yes, you can ride a rower. While riding the rower,
Oh shit! It's a roar. You know, I didn't
Yeah, it's a
realize it was a
roar.
roar.
It's an uncorrupted roar. It's what they look like when they're in.
Ranger. But oh yeah,
Not
there's
corrupted.
one more thing.
Interesting. I didn't even know that.
Check this out. Yes, you can ride a rower. While riding the rower, you can shoot arrows with no movement penalty. It's pretty overpowered. You can also use your vaulting skills to jump right off the rower's back. Once the rower doesn't have a rider, it starts attacking monsters, so he's nice to have around, even if you're not riding him. That said, if you are riding, don't get hit. If you take a heavy stun while on a rower, you'll fall off, and it takes a while to get up, so be careful. So that's what we
Stayed
wanted
in the
to show you
video,
today.
but they might have said in an
Now, there is
interview
just
that
one
happened
more-
after.
Yeah,
I know
the
for
one
sure
with-
it's an ascendancy.
A rather unfortunate bit of news.
But like
Part
that
of
could have
Exile 2's
changed, so
beta is
what do I
going to
know
be
for
the-
sure, really, you know?
Yeah, in the words, part of Exile 2's beta is going to be delayed again. I just remember the heartbreak. I mean, they delayed it much before the June one was like what, 2 months, something like that. But yeah,
gameplay and design elements that stood out to me. But secondarily, for the players and community, I hope I can further the discussion on some recurring topics, especially in regards to
maybe there's some information
Hoping
about
to
it
play
on PoE.
PoE while this happens, but that's not gonna happen.
Good luck. I'm not even gonna try. What is PoE DB? PoE 2 DB. I hate that there's no search in this thing. Like, why would there not be a search?
Oh, I was wrong.
Well,
It's a gem. It just
Did
works
you-
as a
did you find
minion
it?
that you can mount.
yeah. Where was it? Are you sharing your screen or something?
I'm just going through Reddit. Going to the PoE2 Reddit
Hmm.
for people who like collated when it was said.
Because I know they said that there would be support on the skill tree for it. Because they haven't told us anything, and I mean anything about ascendancies whatsoever. That I know of, at least. 14 days, 23 hours, 16 minutes till early access launch. We're getting there. 14 days. Well, 15 since it's like approximately, but
combat.
Wait, chat, wait. What's the point of mounts? What's the point of mounts? Like, what's the point of mounts, bro? Like, I remember those from like way back. They said we're gonna have mounts on PoE 2. Don't they look fucking dumb as hell?
Play and design
Look at
elements
this.
that stood out.
That looks dumb as fuck to me. Is it ascendancy? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I hope that the whole game isn't gonna be like, oh, if you're in an outdoor map, you just wear a mount. I don't remember how mounts work though. How the fuck? It's an ascendancy skill on a ranger. Oh, okay then.
Queen's chat thinks it's an
Okay, it's just
ascendancy.
one thing on one ascendancy. Okay.
Yeah, but
fair
Queen's chat
enough.
is cut,
Sweet
guys,
as.
so.
Yeah.
As long as they don't become, because that would just be awful as a mainstay of PoE 2, bro. Like, you just
Definitely don't be
mounted
citing
like that.
them.
Fuck
To
that.
me,
Yeah.
secondarily, for the players and community.
Because
hope
I think
can
I
further
remember
the
talking
discussion
about
on
it
some
in
recurring
my video when they mentioned. Let me see if I can find what I said. View your channel. Everything you need to know about minions. Offering, zombies, synergies, contagion, spirits, basic minion info. Maybe in my thoughts and concerns. Where was the roar?
2 minutes. 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 2
Because I'm pretty sure if I talked about it, maybe here. In the form of the skeleton. No, it's not here. A cleric, which, if you remember, there is a role. What it does, it can resurrect and heal other minions.
Dude, I just saw a picture of Mark when he first joined GGG.
Lol.
He doesn't look the same at all.
Let me see. Let's see Mark Roberts. Oh shit.
The only reason I know it's him is because of his eyes.
Oh shit. Yeah.
So insane.
That's
he joined them as a QA tester.
Because according to them, he didn't even know he was attending a job interview. He just walked in like and had a conversation with Jonathan. And when he was done, they said it's a job interview. He was like, oh, like he didn't realize it was a job interview mid-interview.
Holy.
I forget where he said that. It was where did he say it? I almost feel like it was ExileCon. No, I don't think I talked about it here. I don't think it was here. If it's not in the Ranger review, then where would it be? Maybe in the interview afterwards. Maybe I should check ZD. I mean, of course, ZD is not live right now because getting ready for the interview afterwards. ZD videos. How to get into Magic the Gathering. Your people.
For real.
Necropolis Q&A. This was pick up radio. So this PoE. This is PoE 1. This is Settlers reveal. I think it's also when they revealed the delay question mark. No, it wasn't. It was Necropolis reveal rather. That was Necropolis reveal.
12 minutes.
No, this was ExileCon because ResQT and Nugia. No, it's not. Yeah, it's home. Never mind.
Hello, folks. Ziggy D here. Welcome back, Exiles. We are joined by RiseQT and Nugian to chat to the
cast on Dodge Roll. I don't know that. I don't think I saw this one. But this is the interview. Never mind, it's the interview. When everyone was interviewing them, you can imagine the amount of interviews they did in that like 2-week time span. It's just interview after interview into like, bruh.
There was so many, so many,
and all of them were
Everyone
like hours. Like hours is like, bruh. Like whenever I think about the dev world, I think that's my least favorite part. Interacting with other people, like having meetings and whatnot. So I can imagine having interview after interview. But granted, like they're passionate about it, so like it's obviously wouldn't be as bad or anything. But like I just imagine the mental drain it will put on me if I had to like do interview after interview where you have to watch what you say every single time. Watch how much you reveal. Don't talk about the witch because we haven't revealed that yet, you know, shit like that.
Getting end game today.
We finally are. It's in how many minutes now? 11 minutes.
Well, 10 now.
Necropolis, life after affliction. WASD, change everything from skills.
Another thing I could...
There's a transcript portion of this, right? Where's transcripts? Yeah, show transcript. Control F, mount. Nah, it's not here. It's not this interview. Where do I remember this being a part of? Okay, let's do this. I'm going to look for the PoE 2 Ranger reveal. I'm going to see the dates, and I'm going to see the ZigD interviews that align with it. This is 7 months. So it is around here. It's like here, but this isn't PoE 1, PoE 2, but it wasn't here. Was Witch revealed before Ranger? No, right?
Which was the last reveal we got?
Yeah, but Witch was like...
You know, I have the Ranger. Do you want
5.
the link?
No, I found the Ranger reveal, but I see where they talk about the ROAS, but they don't mention information.
It was an interview.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of like the post stream interview or the post reveal interview. That's what I'm trying to find, and I see something, but this looks like it's post Necropolis or post 7 months ago would be Necropolis. Yeah, like post Affliction, pre Necropolis interview that just had both of them. And I don't think GGG Live, I think I could have had both of them, but it doesn't seem like it's here. Unless it's like Mount didn't pull up anything. Maybe I'm searching for something. What else could it be? Mount. I don't think he would actually say Roa. Roa. Yeah, it's not there. But is there something you're trying to show me in comments? Do you want to talk about it? Do you like the reply? Is there a reply that I'm not seeing? Huh? No, I don't know. I don't know. Oh well.
Topics, especially in regards to combat.
Let's try to watch as much as we can before PoE.
After 12 hours
8 minutes.
Is Path of Exile 2 is good, and Path of Exile 2 is its own unique game. If I had to give 3 additional reasons to play PoE 2, they would be meaningful combat, improved accessibility, and higher.
I do hope that PoE 2 doesn't fall into this common mistake / problem I see a lot of games fall into now, which is they have a general theme around boss fights. Like, let's say this is a fire person, so you know, because it's fire themed, a lot of things are yellow. But then they would also put the indicators for a set fight to signify his moves with the same color as the arena, which would just make it blend and become way less visible. And I see this a lot in like in certain, like I saw it in D4 when it came to whose fight was it? I saw a lot in D4. I saw it in Torchlight, and I think I saw it a bit in PoE 1 as well. PoE 1, who would I say has this problem? For the most part, it's just people like Katarina, but even then, Katarina is kind of still visible. The children phase is fine. If it's the Katarina fight itself, that is there anything I would say? I would say sometimes the skulls don't glow bright enough, especially when they're in just slightly edging into the zone that's already I guess corrupted or whatever, so it's kind of already greenish. Yo, it's just 6 minutes, right? It's just
staring at this timer.
It's just 6 minutes. Stare at anything else.
Please, I want to come out of this. I want to come out of this overwhelmed with the amount of shit they say. Don't settle for the bare minimum. You never do.
Exactly. So have faith in GGG. They got this. They got this. I can imagine imagine how nervous like the sound team and everybody is at this moment, because it's like this is their biggest live stream in like years. Honestly, like aside maybe ExileCon. ExileCon was also pretty big. So, like this is like their second highest in like the past year. The second most important live stream. Everything has to be perfect.
5 minutes.
Everything has to be perfect.
Higher intensity boss fights. To expand, the combat versus trash monsters has a mix of both zoom and challenging encounters.
What am I listening to? Oh. Every single time the sound changes in this video, my head goes, oh shit, are they showing something on PoE? I have to go check.
Playing catch cup right now?
This is what I was hearing, the video I was watching.
Without removing depth.
It's like, imagine watching a video and if something starts happening in the video, like, oh shit, there's something else, let me go check.
Simply by hiding complexity.
Fast-paced.
and endgame
Smart.
level boss fights can be experienced during the campaign.
This is a fight I'm looking forward to because this is a fight I have mentally linked to the Witch reveal. Maybe because I put it as part of my thumbnail there, and I even have it in my thumbnail now. But like, that's colossal. I want to say Titan, the one with this that stabs the ground. You know, the one that was in the Witch reveal. That is a fight I think I would really like.
Changes, I'm looking to see improvements to the following systems during early access. The first being mana. As a player, I just don't believe resource sustain is a compelling problem to solve, especially because it feels bad when you can't cast your skills. Secondly,
68,000 people tuned in to the PoE2 stream.
It's gonna go. It's 77,000 now. It's gonna go up.
Hitting
D4,
100k on release.
D4 has 4K right now, and they should be mid campfire. Let me just peek at them. Unless they finished. Are they rounded up?
Of changes coming for.
Oh look, it's a guy. I forget his name. The good guy. But yeah, they haven't they just have 4K right now. No one cares. Putting it on the same day as GGG Live is, even people are talking about like 80k viewers on PoE2 stream. Man, you know, chatters will be chatters. Like, you didn't have to say it, honestly. Like, that, like, in my opinion, that's just rude. And not in the good way. But I guess that's just what you have to deal with. This is me right now.
Dude.
I'm the let me in GIF.
People posting about PoE2 in the Diablo chat is like, stop, he's already dead.
I'm like, yo, that's just rude. Like, chill.
That's so unnecessary. Like,
Rogue, tune in to the fucking hype moment.
It's
I'm watching.
2:30.
Holy.
Pretty true, man. Not gonna lie. True, pretty true, Havoc. Pretty true. Yeah, I would agree.
Oh, this is the
I would
dude who
agree
says
with
out
that.
of pocket shit.
What's that?
On Arcane stream.
Who? Let me see.
This might be
Gotta pump it up or tripolar bear.
the one and only PoE2. Pump it up. Reveal live stream.
You know, when I heard what the sound, I thought it was Gazi's stream because Gazi also plays that when he's feeling sleepy.
What is even going on?
Yeah, it does feel like ass when you can't use your shit.
Okay, we're going to pause that YouTube video and we only have a minute left. A minute 50. Are you all ready? Are you all ready for what will be known as the greatest stream in 2024?
1 minute.
It's just a minute. A minute 30. It's almost time, boys. I want you all to lock your doors. Tell your loved ones they won't see you for a few hours. You need to focus. Treat this like it is the only final exam that matters in school. It is going to be non-stop PoE2 for the next 2 hours. Well, 4 hours. Do y'all understand me? Only PoE2.
Yo, they better reveal Shadow.
Oh, you think you're gonna start Shadow?
If Shadow's in the game, I'm starting Shadow.
Now he's starting Moncoli.
I mean,
Yep.
I'm starting Witch. It's like it's a no-brainer.
Shocker.
Yeah, it's like it's a no-brainer. Like there's no
30
one else to
seconds.
start. Holy man, PoE2, finally we're gonna see some of the end game.
Grinding Gear Games.
Grinding Gear Games. We're over at Grinding Gear Games. 15. We got 10 seconds left, boys. 10 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're live. Max volume.
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance.
Okay, it's time for me to start taking notes.
And remember, when
Quality.
you hear the whispers,
Cool.
call for help.
Are we getting a fucking cutscene?
Yes, we are.
Holy.
Yes, we are.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
I should have closed my freaking window before this. I should have closed the window.
Oh, incinerate. Incinerate. Let's go, girl. Holy.
Yo, the way he just nods. Let's A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own.
They're fucked.
He's gone. Oren?
Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
On my back! Blade up!
Come on! I'm ready. I'm ready.
Is this the rookie?
It's a man.
No, it's not.
The hooded one. Is that the hooded one? It is. The one people speculate is like sin or innocence. It is. Oh shit.
Captain! Captain!
Goran runes.
Stop. Humanity isn't ready.
Yeah, this is the seed of the beast.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is it?
It is something that's gonna grow from you.
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal.
It sounds like innocence.
You don't know what you have on
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built.
He actually sounds like innocence.
Bind him!
Damn, this dude is really just gonna fuck up all of Ray class.
Basically.
Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Oh, that's nasty. Give me a second. I need to close this window right now.
That's what this has been this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, we're fucked.
We were wondering, like,
Whose foot was that?
Chris.
You just say Chris?
Let's go.
Hi.
I'm Jonathan Rogers,
my daddy.
game director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th.
Yes, it is.
But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Finally.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another.
The fuck?
The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said my methods are brutal.
Oh, that is...
To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Is that a trial master?
Oh, the new flasks. The new flask system.
Oh, I see.
First footage.
Oh, he has it on. You can see.
Yeah.
Freeze. Oh, man. So we're not giving sentences. Right.
I mean, chill.
Oh, we are! Oh, we're fucking going, boy!
Yo, that hit the whole screen.
Whoa, okay.
Did she just pause time?
Yeah.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
What? Yo, this map is crazy.
Oh shit.
Fucking back.
I think this is very Alva related.
Breach! Breach! The bosses.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Holy.
Oh, this is the cosmetic for today,
Now, as you
the
just
hand
saw,
wings.
Even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game.
Yo,
It's actually
that
been
map.
5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all.
Yes.
So today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access.
Let's
Classes,
go.
character progression systems, and for the first time, a full
Sentences?
overview of the end game.
No.
This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
Yo, boy, imagine jumping into... Just imagine jumping
And
into this
is where
water
you
with your
find
hands
yourself at the
side.
start of PoE 2.
You're like, you don't give a shit.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham.
No. No.
Traverse the
Was that
barren
me?
plains
Blizzard,
of
you will fucking die.
What is happening here? Why is my ship freezing?
Blizzard! It's everyone.
and delve into the jungle ruins of
Blizzard,
Utsal,
Blizzard,
an ancient
Blizzard.
Val city.
No.
130k viewers, bro.
No. What is happening?
There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps,
Please,
and
not
treasures,
today. Not
roaming
today.
merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the
refreshing.
source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds,
Do I need to...
and uncover lost
Do I need to refresh my
civilizations.
browser?
But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now,
I don't
early
wanna miss
access will
anything.
initially have 6 classes
Oh, I got an
available.
ad, so you're
Let's
not
have a look
missing
at them.
much.
You
The
got
Lord
an
I
ad?
is a
watch it
fast
5
and
times
furious
anyway.
melee fighter.
I
He
don't care.
dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up.
You're
and
talking about
keeping
classes
momentum.
though. Are you watching
like
that
all
right now?
classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to
I'll share mine.
Ad lagging?
mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find
I'll refresh
skill
mine
gems.
when your ads
Using
are
a
done,
skill
if
gem
it
will
helps.
open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing.
It's just technical difficulty screen.
Thank God. Thank God.
They've never had technical difficulties on their streams ever since I started watching them. This is insane.
180,000 viewers.
No, but this is 100K viewers though. Like it's needless to say, this is getting consumed. That these are the people that are directly watching PoE. You have thousands and thousands of people watching other streamers. Like Ziz right now has 14.7K viewers, just as an example.
Ziz has 14.
0.7K.
Metho has 5.8. That's actually insane.
Quinn has 27.3K.
Quinn has 27. Yeah. Everyone's watching this. Shroud is watching this. Summit is watching. Oh my god, they sponsored them all? Everyone is sponsored. Like Counter-Strike streamers are sponsored. Holy. Imagine playing Torchlight right now.
Couldn't be like...
I'm actually happy. I'm actually happy they cut it and said technical difficulties, because like, let's watch it. I don't have to come back to it and say, okay, we're lagging, or you then find out the VOD has the same blips. Yeah, let's just roll back a bit. Let's see what is happening. You look at how many primes are being thrown at this.
Oh, man.
Nobody wants to see an ad. GGG are going to get more primes than Diablo had viewers. Holy.
Take your time. Figure it out. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here.
I'm chilling.
Precious.
Oh, we're back.
Power
yeah, we are.
tends to harness.
There are
cinematic. 21 active skills for quarter staves.
Yeah.
So this just scratches the surface of the
Oh, was it
options that you
recording?
have. By endgame, you'll be dashing
it is.
from
You
pack
know?
to pack.
It's always a recording.
I do know that.
Where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2.
Oh, shrines.
No, go back.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham.
We'll get the whole thing.
Okay,
Traverse
good.
the barren plains of the Vesteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses.
Roaming
no
merchants?
Two areas are the same.
The fuck would that look
to
like?
track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class.
Okay, good. This is a good spot
Now,
to start
early
at.
access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix
I
and
wonder
match
how
different
big it can
combos.
get the Bell's AoE.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff.
I like that it
There are
is a
3
bell on this
schools of
staff.
martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell.
For every class, isn't
Hitting
it?
the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do
This
things
is a-
like
this is a
freeze or
proper
shock the
overview
bell,
of
which will
PoE
add
2.
elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface.
You notice
of the
the red outline when your health gets low now?
Oh, look at the shrine! Look at the shrine! Look at the shrine! Did you see it?
Yeah. Screens of enemies with huge.
Oh my god!
Attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder than the warrior is for you, he pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor.
I think
Even
this is
though
potentially
the
one of the best
slow,
classes in the
you
game
never
on
lose
release.
control.
Just because this
Longer
game was
attacks can
made
be
for this
retargeted
class.
as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at
Yeah,
any time.
yeah.
Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams,
Because it can
fire
active
attacks,
block, we're
war
gonna know if
cries,
you know
and
that.
shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage.
Oh, that was shield charge, by the way.
The warrior can also
You mean
use war
Stampede?
cries, which can empower your next skill.
Oh, was that Stampede?
Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more
It
crazy.
does look really good, though.
If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a
That's
shield.
Crush, right? The Crush
In
shield.
PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage
What'd
from
you
the
say?
front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to
slow
shield
Elden
skills
Ring
like
wind
Shield
up
Charge,
that I hate.
which allows
So-
you to charge towards enemies and stun them.
Oh, did you see that shield
While
barrier?
charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front.
Shield charge is so different.
The
Oh,
warrior
that's cool.
also has access
Okay,
to
it's
totems.
still in the. It's on
Some
cooldown. Did you
totems
see?
have built-in abilities like Shockwave
So-
Totem,
It's on cool-
which can
it's a
be placed to
cooldown
stun
skill.
nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior
This is a
Totems,
game-
which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire.
Oh, they're back.
This is a meta skill,
Yep.
which means that it's a skill you can put other
What do they
skills
do?
into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem.
Oh, it's going to cast
Now when I
Sunder.
summon him, he'll sit there and
Oh, it's
slam
really
the
gonna-
monsters from a
Oh
distance.
shit! We finally have a melee totem.
There are 20
Finally.
active skills for
Totems,
maces,
yeah.
so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on.
I'm gonna be honest. This already looks pretty.
Time for
Pretty
some ranged
fast.
attacks. The ranger is primarily
My
about
girl,
the block,
let's go.
but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well.
She's
In
insane.
PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat.
They moved her.
Bow skills
cool.
have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around
Rate of
between
arrows,
targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which
This boss
explode
is so
when hit
cool
by
to
the
me.
bouncers.
It reminds me of
Or electrocute enemies to take
one
them
of
out
the
of
first
combat.
bosses in. No.
Ice attacks
Elden
allow you to
Ring.
slow and freeze
the
enemies to
Elden-
keep them away from
the
you.
niche Elden
Using
Ring
poison, not
dev
only can
game.
you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also
Elden
grow
Ring
some
first
dev
main
game.
interesting plants.
The samurai
With
game
21
by the
bow
Elden Ring
skills and all the
dudes.
mobility
Sekiro?
and combo tools the ranger
Sekiro.
has,
Do you remember
can
the
take
first boss
advantage
of
of every
Sekiro?
situation.
I didn't play it.
By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky,
Like the
bouncing
monkey
around
dude?
between
Oh,
enemies,
shit,
or
look at
spraying
the-
out of tornadoes.
This game is gonna be so
listen,
intensive,
You
though.
might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different.
I have to take a trip to
In
Memory
PoE 2,
Center.
you have one dedicated
Memory
life
Express.
flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt.
Well,
The
max of 3.
mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded
Yo,
with
the
different
mercenary is
armor
actually gonna be
types,
a
offering
crowd
versatility,
favorite, to be
power,
honest.
and mobility.
Like even more so than
I think
the
he'll be
ranger.
the- I think he'll be a
Exile 2
new
can control
favorite.
with WASD,
Yeah. Like
new
which makes
people.
this class play exactly
I
like
agree.
a shooter.
Motherfucker, you gonna say that about every
You'll find
class?
skills that work like
I know,
shotguns,
God,
sniper rifles,
no other
assault
game does that
rifles,
to me.
and even
Yeah,
grenade
I know.
launchers.
So good.
Like
Not
this
only
guy
that,
is
there
going
are
to
a wide variety
be
of more interesting elemental
he looks
ammos
like he's
too.
gonna have the best
Poster
wave
boy,
clear.
just
It's very
PoE
fast
too.
to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have
Yeah,
them
he has that,
loaded,
that
which makes the
charge rifle
mercenary
down.
able to combo abilities
cluster
together with
grenades.
devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage.
He has very,
If I
like,
come across an armored
intuitive
enemy,
combos.
I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies.
I also think
before
this is
detonating the cloud with
this
an
is
explosive shot for massive damage.
class that hero would like.
If you
Yeah, I
want to
think
call
so,
in
too.
some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully.
Oh, they look cool. They
They
look cool. They're kind of slow,
There are
but
22 active
they look
skills
cool.
for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades.
no, it's slowing
Grenades
again.
with your
Is it
automatic
just me?
shotgun. If you're looking to take a back
just
seat and let
you.
your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice.
Ah, the witch.
She
Let's
can call
go.
forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called
Spirits.
Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills.
Oh, so
All
spirit
classes have
gems
a
are
variety of
different.
these skills, which can add some very interesting effects, like
Oh, it's
Arctic
the meta-
Armor, which does cold damage to enemies.
It's
that hit
basically
you, or Raging
spirit is a
Spirits,
type
which
of
summon
gem
fiery
now.
skulls each
It's an
time you
aura
cast a
gem,
fire
basically.
spell.
Yeah.
For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
I hope the
Here, I'm
AoE is
using
not a
the
problem
skill
for the
screen
witch.
to allocate which
I'll be
minions I
very
would like
honest.
in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsenals.
Can I say the de-summon animation is also
Permanent
pretty cool?
minions come with special
That
active
easy.
abilities
It's
called
that
command
easy.
skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a
So
bigger
sick.
army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends.
It gives you
Do I
increased
want an even
spirit as
bigger army
flat
than that?
as
You
a
can take
flat
advantage of
mod on
corpses to
gear.
summon true
Spirit
hordes
on
of
gear.
Dual wield
But what
scepters.
can a witch do
New
while her
meta.
army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path.
I can't wait 2 weeks. I can't.
The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her
It's just
foes.
2 weeks.
This classic
This is
spellcaster weaves a
probably
flurry
my
of
favorite
elemental magic
class,
from
I
afar.
think. But I'm coping, but I just
The
love
elemental skills have everything you might expect
sorceress.
and more. Fireballs,
I don't like
ice
the
explosions,
lightning
lightning
ability, the one
storms,
that
you
crawls
get
on the
the
ground.
idea. Each spell is unique and has many
Whenever
different
I
ways
see it,
to
feels
build
like it
and
just
combo
lacks
with others,
impact.
even between different elements.
Spark.
For example,
Is that Spark?
Flame Wall conjures a
Yeah,
burning
it's
line
Spark.
that not only damages
Oh, then
enemies,
yeah.
but also empowers all
Like,
Did you
projectiles
see?
that pass through it.
It
If
does
you place a
fire
wall and
damage
fire
on this.
lightning sparks
It's
through
always
it,
done
This
this.
looks
you
like
get extra
this
fire.
You've not-
screen
you've not
for a
seen
sec
this?
looks like PoE.
It's a good idea to take
like
advantage
Diablo
of the ability
4.
to automatically swap
Just the way the
weapons when you
fire
use
looked.
certain skills.
Yeah.
Having a special staff
little
with
bit.
bonuses to fire skills and
'Cause
another with
Diablo
bonuses
4's
to
fire
lightning
is
skills
blue
can
and
really
red on
power up a
purpose.
combo like this. The sorceress
cool.
can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems.
Wait, what?
Cast on Ignite?
You could grab the Cast on Ignite gem and use
Castle
it with
Ignite is
Firestorm.
insane.
As you ignite enemies, a
Castle
counter will go
Ignite
up
is
and will flip.
insane.
When it's full,
Okay.
a firestorm will automatically be cast to the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right.
Look at
as you
the-
rain
look at
down
the
elemental
lightning.
bombs on your
Screen.
foes.
Wow.
Look at the
Imagine
screen.
maps
Now, those are the characters that will be available
Those are
at the start
maps.
of
I'm
early
pretty sure
access.
every time he says
But we'll
in
be adding
endgame, I'm
6
pretty
more
sure we're
character
seeing map
classes
game.
with just as many skills
Most
and options
likely.
as these.
What up, French?
There's a lot more to come. There's one
Are
more
you
important
seeing
thing
what
to
we're
mention about
seeing?
skills. Even though we talk about them as belonging
There is
to
no
each
way you
class,
can't be hype after
in reality,
watching this
there are no
review.
restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find.
Really?
Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization.
Oh,
and we
shit.
haven't explored the surface of what's
Shit.
possible yet.
You didn't know? I
let's
saw
talk
it as
about
a skill
support
already.
gems.
Mounts!
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems
Hopefully
that
they
can
show us
be
more
combined with
mounts.
your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open
Already
up the
been burned
screen.
on the late track record GG to
Here you
playing
will find a
bad.
variety of recommended support gems
So
for each of
you're
your
going with
skills
the
that you can
Doomer
pick between.
approach.
For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill.
I
Normally,
just say
when you
keep an
fire a
open mind
grenade,
while you're
it'll look
watching
like
it.
this. But if we add multiple projectiles,
Environment
then you
here
get
is
3
so
of them.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Once
to,
you
like-
have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage.
Yo, I can't wait for this shit.
Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit
How
more,
many
then
six
uncheck
links?
that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of
Recommended
support
is
gems to
nice
choose
on your
from.
players.
And
That's
even we
fucking
don't know the
huge.
results of all the possible ways these can
Inevitable
interact.
critical.
Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it. And if
What
you're
does that
clever,
mean?
you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just
What is
scratching
that?
the surface. You can make frost
Ooh, that
vortexes,
support
break
gem was
people's armor, make
inevitable
minions
critical.
explode, make skills repeat, make
Yeah,
enemies set each other on
with an
fire,
insane
cull enemies, or
downside,
pin them to
probably.
the ground.
Well, the downside is you can only have one.
Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your
That makes
skills
sense.
and create your own unique build. Or
Would
at
they
least
do
follow
that? Would they
someone's
bring a
OP
support
build
gem
plan.
that says you crit?
So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic
Probably
Path of Exile
not.
systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge.
Wait to see. I'm not
There
gonna that
are over
overreact
1,500 nodes on there.
one board or another.
Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first.
I mean,
but try not
what
to
do
be
you mean?
scared. There are
One
lots of
board or
options, but
another?
at its core, it's pretty simple.
I think it looks pretty cool.
Each level, you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they
I don't
all
think it's
share
gonna
the
be
same
perfect,
tree.
but I think it's gonna be a good game on
Around
release.
your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You
I
should
like
be
how you
safe in the knowledge that there aren't many
pick
wrong
which
choices
of
here.
them to
Almost all the
increase
starting
when
nodes will be useful for your
go
character
travel
in
node.
some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by
hooded
spending
one.
a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses,
Yeah,
and they
what
tend
are
to care
they?
a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using.
You're showing one
For
blinding
example,
strike.
in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25%
No masteries
chance with
anymore?
crossbow skills to not
I
consume
mean,
a
there are.
bolt.
Those are.
And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up.
Oh
a
yeah, no
second time.
masteries, no masteries.
My shoes are gone.
This one gives
Yeah,
a chance
they
for
said that a while
projectiles to
back.
rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that
actually
even
really
though
good.
this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes. So there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
So we're getting annoying.
In order to get between these clusters,
Just
you
go
will
to that
generally
thing.
have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called
Keystones.
keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire
CI.
build to design around them.
That's exactly.
A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single
Oh, they
hand.
showed Giant's
that
Blood.
doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
It doesn't double the level
Or
requirements.
how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to
'Cause
your
that one- the
mana
second
pool
one was
first
level
before
52.
your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you
See,
can
I had
swap
to die
between
to
weapon sets
bleeding.
on the fly as you use certain skills.
I mean, would they have it
One of the new
confirmed
features in Path
that
of
bleeding
Exile
goes
2's
true?
passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace.
Oh, that's nice.
Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
Did you notice on the swap the minions?
If you want to stick
summoned?
with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as
would it be
bonus
desummoned
points
as
to
well?
invest however you like. But
can't
creative
tell.
players will find plenty
Check
of
later.
opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent
Weapon
boosts
specialization
available from the
book?
campaign too. On the map, you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent
Plus
character
30
boosts,
to
and others have
spirits.
powerful items.
The
If
King
you're
in
having
the
trouble
Mist.
getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the
Even
first
this is
one
back.
here in the canopy and
Which
activate
one
Go
is,
land the fight, buddy.
Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit.
I know King of the Mist is
Permanent buffs you gain
mandatory
from
for
spirit are very
minions.
powerful, and
It's
every class
mandatory.
will find a use for them. So make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act.
Go learn the fight.
Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression: items. That's why we're all here, right?
I mean, nice,
Of course.
Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique.
Quill Ring.
One of the things you're going to want to do as you
I
play
couldn't
through the
see it too
campaign
well.
is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item
You have
with
to
one
kill all the
mod.
gods for the passive.
You can then
for
apply an Orb
permanent
of
bonuses.
Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a
Yeah,
Regal
but you can
Orb
kill
to add
them
a
in the
third mod,
campaign, or you can
and
kill
upgrade
them
it to a
in
rare.
maps if they show up in the
Finally,
map.
you can use some
Either
Exalted
or
Orbs to add
works
more
according
mods
to
to your
what you
rare
said
to
in
a
the
total of
past.
6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add
Seeing an
mods are
exalted
much
orb
more
without
common
the
than
loot
they were in
filter is
Path of
so
Exile
weird.
1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor.
Oh, disenchant
If you
is the same.
disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb
gonna
of
make playing the
Transmutation.
campaign a lot
And
more
by
fun.
disenchanting rares, you can
it's
build up to
always been a
Regal
thing.
Orbs.
By the way,
Another
Wasn't a thing
important
in
area
LA.
of crafting items in
it
PvP
wasn't
is
as good
sockets.
as gold because
Some items you
it
find
was
will
like
have sockets that can have
4
Ezomite runes placed in
blues
them
for
that add
one
more mods to the item.
shard.
Yeah.
If I insert
Yeah.
this glacial
So
rune into
we
my
had to
helmet, it will give
exchange
extra
the
cold
rates.
resistance.
Yeah,
This is a
runes.
great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like
Aw.
resistances or damage.
Huh?
If you find socketed items that you
I
don't have
guess
a use for,
because we don't put
you can take them
gems
to the
anymore.
salvage bench in
Yeah.
town to work towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and
Artificer's
two-hand
orb.
weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage
Interesting.
items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get
Default
more
Gothic
stock, so make sure to
aesthetic.
check back often.
I
Other
mean-
vendors
I
offer a
mean,
gamble.
D4 is
Pay a
already
flat
kinda
amount of
dark, but
gold
this
and you'll
is-
get a random item of a specific type.
This is
could be a
this is
great way
pretty
to improve your
dark
gear,
as well.
if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take
So
advantage
he's
of the
literally-
system to
the hooded
experiment
one
with your
helps
tree
you
and
refund
rework it as
passives.
required.
Totally.
The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange.
Oh god, there's the
This
well.
allows you to exchange currency items
Alva.
with other players on an open market
Ooh.
in exchange for a small gold
Same
fee.
shit as we have.
Now,
I do
all
kinda like
items in
the
Path of
Chaos
Exile
Orb
are
design.
freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character except gold. Now, most
can't wait
gear
to be
in
in
Path of
this
Exile
stream.
2 is random
Not
generated,
trading.
but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially
Which one
rare,
is that?
each with
Have
a
we seen that
handcrafted
before?
set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build.
Oh,
They're
I
not
have
just
seen
better
that.
rare
Lol.
items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character.
I know why Alva has the
Corpse
currency
Wave will
exchange.
make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison.
Oh,
you're
shit.
behind.
The Sands of Silk is a body armor that
No,
changes your dodge roll
I'm watching
into a
unique
blink,
items.
morphing you into
That's where
sand
you
as
are, right?
teleport past your
Oh
foes.
yeah.
And of
I
course,
was just
some uniques
thinking
are
out
pure
loud,
hits
like
of
why
dopamine,
Alva?
like Quill Rain,
We have
which
Blink
just turns your
in
bow
the game.
attacks into full auto,
Where did you see
doubling your
Blink?
attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your
Holy.
character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at
Look at
in-game,
these characters.
even if you find them early
Look
on.
at these 3D
and as
models.
you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match.
Every single unique? Oh, that's
The last
wild.
character progression system that you can do during the
Ascendancy,
campaign
finally.
is Ascension.
Let's go.
Starting in Act 2, you will come across
Let's
Ascension
go.
trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending
I
can
don't
do for your
know. Because
character.
Faustus was the one in
Each class
PoE1,
has access
right?
to
And he
3
makes sense for
Ascendancy
Faustus.
classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available.
That's fine. I don't care.
Ascendancy classes are
That's
not
fine.
class, so choose wisely.
I was
They can
expecting
drastically
one.
affect how you build your character.
I was expecting one. Let's
As
go.
a sorceress, you could become
Sorceress.
a Stormweaver, a master of the elements.
Can you see the
Caller causes
Can you see the
elemental
Rudy
storms
magma
to
that's being
summon
triggered?
each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
Oh shit.
With Strike
Hey.
twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock
2
build
copies
from
of
each
shock? 2 copies.
Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself.
Oh shit.
She literally has the
I
ability to
I
stop
knew I
time
saw her
with
stop
freeze.
time.
Not only that,
I knew
she has
it.
many other time manipulation abilities.
We're fucking
Using
back.
Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous
Temporal
location,
Rift is back.
resetting her
Wait.
life and mana back to what it was.
Yo,
Or
what's
with
that
Time
PO?
Snap,
What's
she can
that
reset all
last
her
debug
cooldowns
skill?
and cast all her spells again.
Like the ones that the paladins use.
On the warrior,
That's
you
literally
choose
what
between
that
the
is.
Warbringer
Yeah.
or the
You know what I'm
Titan.
talking about, right?
I think
the
I do.
Warbringer channels the might of his
It's almost like a
ancestors to
shield.
gain tremendous power.
It's something that they say
Using answered
you just
call,
do
you can
more
summon
damage with it, right?
ancestral
The broken
spirits linked
skill.
to each of your
Yeah.
totems.
Oh
With
shit.
Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks.
So that one's not good. So what else?
Warruler's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies.
Okay, so
And
that's
with
good.
Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore
That's
the
good.
cooldowns of
Ignore
your
war cry cooldowns.
So you just
Yo.
promote popping corpses.
The
Yes,
Titan
yes.
class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock.
Aftershock is insane.
With Crushing Impact,
that's why.
every
They
hit
give
becomes a
skills?
crushing blow,
Yeah, it looks like
which will allow you
some
to
of them
stun
give
your enemies
skills.
with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a
Yo,
ranger,
the
you might
background,
choose
the
to
like
be a
background
Deadeye,
sound
an
of this
expert
Deadeye's
master
back,
who can
Deadeye's
take down
back,
foes
baby.
with style. With endless munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile.
Why is this freezing? Is it just for me?
With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement
Yo,
speed
this is
every attack.
PoE1.
But be careful, she loses
Okay,
them
what
by
else?
getting
What
hit.
else?
With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all
Skills
those
with
passive
support?
attacks.
Distance.
I actually don't know. I
Alternatively,
assume so.
you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions,
Is that
allowing her to
poison-
spend
is
her
that
flask
Peacock?
charges to throw explosive bottles that deal
Peacock's
various
the
types of
class.
damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
Yeah, it's still in
Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by.
I mean,
So there's a max
she's gonna
stacks on
be, she's gonna be
poison?
so
allows her to
strong
move
to
much more
start.
quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to
She's
being
gonna be
slowed by
such a
enemies.
strong league start option. Like you never have to like this is
The Witch
Pathfinder.
can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage.
Okay, that's like
As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion.
Oh
The
shit.
Hellhound sets enemies on
20%
fire,
less damage
as well
taken.
as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn
Yo.
your mana into Infernal Flame.
that's my type of shit.
As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage.
Okay.
Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies.
What are these skills she's popping, by the way?
She can also transform.
Shit,
Oh,
I told you she
shit.
transforms! I told you she
While in
transforms!
demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage. But her cast speed and damage increase
Told-
rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a
You
demon,
know- you
make
know
sure
he
you stack
called
a lot
it.
of life recovery.
Well, the
She
what's
can
his
also
name
become
called
a blood
it?
mage,
So,
a
the
master of
YouTuber.
life and energy.
But I'm taking credit.
All blood mages
For
must pay the
what?
price of making
For
skills cost
watching
life
it.
as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants,
Oh,
which allow them
blood
to gain
orbs.
back that life. With Crimson
I
Power,
guess.
she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells
I
to
did
leech
too.
life back as well.
That means their vision for
What?
ascendancies is
Where's-
very different.
where's
than-
Minions?
You can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage.
What do you mean?
There's no
Inferno handles
necromancer.
Someone who
minions.
is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With
There's no
elemental
necromancer,
expression,
though.
the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each
Oh,
time he
there's a
does a
witch.
critical strike. With faith
But
as
that's
a
not
choice,
ascendancy.
you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy.
The other one is
share.
fire-based.
Choose between I am the blizzard or I am the thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I shall rage will allow you to turn
Unbound
into an
Avatar is
unbound
back.
avatar.
Okay.
Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more
My name is
elemental
Ang,
damage.
and I am the last avatar.
Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage and
Acolyte of Chayula.
but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact
Warden
offers
Monk,
greatly increased
basically.
resistances to
Chaos
damage
resistance
and
is
can allow their
doubled.
Mana Leech to
Mana
not only have it
Leech is
instantly, but applies to their
instant.
energy shield as well. Another node you can take is
So
Waking
mana
Dream,
recovery just applies to
which allows
energy
you
shield
to
for
see
free
into the
after
domain
that.
of the Breach Demons.
Well, that's dope.
There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
Their ascendancy philosophy
The
is so
mercenary
different.
has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a witch hunter. Obsessive rituals will give you a sorcery ward,
Nice.
allowing you to defend yourself against
So
elemental
elementalist's
hits in exchange
ward.
for less defense against attacks.
Aegis.
With Zealous Inquisition, your
explode.
enemies have a 10% chance to explode on
go.
death. The
Nice,
chance is
nice.
doubled against
Like this is
demons
going to
and
be this
undead.
is going to be the clear
With
ascendancy.
Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your
Like
initial
this
hit
is
against
like
enemies can
the
deal up to
mercenary is
30% of
definitely
their
going to be
life
one
in
people
damage,
go for
if you're lucky.
clear.
This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do.
Interesting.
You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated
that's
efficiency will
dope.
give you extra skill slots.
The concept is dope.
Dermatological infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems.
Extra skill slots
Adaptive
means more
capability
six
allows you to
links.
use any color of gem without worrying about attributes. While Crystalline Potential adds extra
That's-
quality bonuses
so-
to every gem socketed into your
So
character.
this guy's all
I feel
about
like this
gems.
class. See what I mean by this
So
class
those are the
being the
ascendancy
staple
classes
of
for the start of
PoE2?
early access.
Yep.
But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension and Path of Exile
is he
2
back or
requires
no?
completion of one of the great trials.
I think you'll be able
which
to
you'll
link
find as you
ascendancy
progress
skills,
through
to
the
be
campaign.
honest. Like I don't see why
Each
you
one is
wouldn't.
associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast.
Multiple
Located
trials.
in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely.
Sekima feather.
All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
This is how the witch would
Once you
ascend.
have earned your coin, it may be placed in the relic altar to begin the trial.
I'm going to sit down and break down the fire ascendancy because I think that's like the closest to being
In the trial
useful
of the
for
Sekimas,
minions.
each room has its own challenges to overcome.
Oh, it's killing shit.
In this
That's-
room, each rare monster you kill will
I don't
send
think
its
anyone
blood
cares
to the
anymore.
chalice in the center
People
of the
hate
room.
the traps, so.
Once the chalice is filled,
I'll
you
miss
will be able to
Azara, though.
proceed.
Lol.
While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed,
Holy.
so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out
Noobs
of honor,
will never
you will fail the
ascend.
trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea
guy
to
said
make
I'm
sure
okay
you
with that
are
because-
prepared for challenging the trial of the
That's
second.
fine. They always want the trials to have something like worth, because like the lab one,
After
if you die,
each
you're
room,
out.
you will be rewarded.
Yeah.
In this
POV1.
case, you have
If
been
you
given
die,
a
what
key
happens
that can
here?
be used to unlock chests later in the trial.
So same stuff, so Vicky.
Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed.
Dude,
which
that's a lot
challenges
of
would you
rooms.
like to face?
Sanctum.
And which rewards do you want?
That's
to
only
claim?
so many rooms.
Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting
probably
you
the
with
first
debuffs that
one.
will persist for the entire trial.
This is Sanctum,
For
basically.
example, entering this room will afflict you with
This
spiked
is
shell
Sanctum.
that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life.
Like
You will want to
Spiked
take
Shell
care
is
if you
here as
choose such a
well.
path. There are many different challenges
Oh
and
god,
rewards as
there's
you journey
traps.
through the trial.
Here's the weird thing,
Deadly
right?
traps,
Ascendancies are such core
waves
parts.
of monsters.
Like I get it, but like as a
Strange
new player, I don't
artifacts
think
will
like this
test
is
your
this
honor.
is actually like that good.
As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the djinn.
You mean
which
like
will
having
help
to
you
do
on your
Sanctum
journey.
to
For example,
ascend?
the Sekima's cloak will revive
Yeah, I
you
just
once
don't
if you
feel like
die,
it's. I
giving
feel
you a
like
second
they,
shot at a
like
run.
I understand what the goal is, right?
One
They
of
want
the
you to
rewards
make
you may
important
find is
choices.
sacred water,
They want you
an
to do that
extremely
in
valuable
Labyrinth as
and
well in
treasured resource to the
PoE1.
djinn
I just
and
feel
the
like
Maraketh. Trading it
They
with the
leaned a
gin
little
will
bit
allow
too
you to
heavy
receive many
on the
benefits.
choices.
You can recover honor,
Because people
gain
really
additional
just want to go
wounds,
in and out.
or remove
right?
afflictions.
There's no reason to do this apart from
At
getting
the
your
end of the
receptacle.
floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly
Well, we
test
don't
your
know. Maybe there's some other reason,
In order
but
to ascend,
Unless,
you will
there
need
might
to
be,
defeat
there
him.
might be. Which is fine if there is. Oh, yeah. The number's going up.
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end
Gold
of the floor.
hoarders, cash.
Total
You
type
have a single
UI.
bronze
This
key,
actually looks
so we'll
like
just have to open one of these small chests.
this looks like
If you want to
it's
open the
more
better ones,
appealing
then
to
silver
open
or
to
gold
look for the keys for these chests.
Let's
I
use
don't
the
know why.
Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree.
I mean, it doesn't
Now, there are
matter to
more
me because I'm
flaws
just
and
going to
many
be
more
doing
rewards that
it,
can be
and it
found
doesn't
within the
like
Trial of
the
the
amount of time I'll
Seconds,
put in the
but we'll
game.
save that for the
I
second
just
round.
wonder what it feels like for
For
someone
now,
who
let's
is
talk about
new
the
to the
second
game.
Ascendancy trial.
I don't want to be
Trial
forced to
of
play
Chaos.
Sanctum to
In
ascend.
Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial
think
you
that's
like
a lot
to
of
earn your
people's first
ascension.
reaction.
Oh, nice.
Each culture on Rayclass
You
have
can
their
actually
own methods to
you
ascend.
can actually choose which
If
trial
the
you
trial of
do.
the Sycamores is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You
Oh,
can
that's
gain
cool.
all your ascension points
That
with
I
just
like.
one, or mix and match them.
That
It's
I
up to
like.
you. For early
They give you
access,
the
we'll have
choice.
2 trials as options, with a third trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power.
Oh,
Trial
he's here.
master.
The trial
Ultimatum
requires
is
a
in.
token from a strange
Is Ultimatum
entity
in,
known
you think?
only as the
I
Trial
think so.
Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum.
He's the dude that shit talks here in PoE1.
Many have attempted
Yeah.
these trials in search of greatness.
The
Most have
one-round
perished.
champion.
Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the
So it's
trial master
ultimatum
will
or
offer you a
sanctum?
reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial.
The same mods are here.
These
man.
modifiers might beef up the
I
monsters,
guess we were practicing,
curse
right?
the player,
Yeah,
or
we-
add environmental
I
hazards
guess
like
they were
turrets or
practicing.
trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking
The truth of the
turrets.
matter is, Sanctum is going to be better than this. That's actually just the straight up truth.
No, but it depends.
Because
Maybe,
Trial
maybe,
Master's
Trial
mods are
Master
not
will fill it
free.
with hazards
yeah,
to
but
test
maybe
your
it's not going to be ultimatum
In
mods.
this
It looks like
case,
it's
you
on
must
monsters
destroy
are
all the monsters
hasted,
that
monsters
fill
are
the
this,
room
this is
while dealing with
that.
the lightning projectiles from
Some
the
of those
shocking
are
turrets.
mods in PoE1 already.
Yeah, but maybe we want to deal with like ruin. And here you don't have to worry about getting hits. You don't have
I want you to look at me and say that there will be no ruin in a PoE2 paced game. You really, of all game types where ruin matters, you think it's not going to be in PoE2?
If you don't like the first option of transcendency, which involves having to deal with resolve and not getting hit, this one cannot have something that where it's like you don't get hit.
After
Unless
each room,
it's
you'll
unless
need
it's
to make
always going to be a choice.
Take the rewards you have
Yeah,
earned so
yeah,
far,
fair.
or
We'll
go
see, we'll
double
see.
or nothing.
Choosing which
Increase
of
your
the
rewards,
annoying
but take
things
on
you
more
hate
risk.
less.
Yeah, exactly.
Each
It's like
tribulation
they
you add is
can't
minor
they
on
can't give
its
it 2
own,
of the same thing
but
and
they
say
quickly
pick
stack
one.
on top of each other
It wouldn't
and
make
can become
sense.
overwhelming.
Chaotic
30%
monsters.
as added chaos. Yeah.
There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways.
Pick that and go to
This one simply
Sanctum.
requires you survive for a certain amount of time.
Oh god.
Yes.
Oh
Another
god.
requires
Look
you
at
to
this
escort the stone idol through the levels
Oh, I
as
kind of like
elevators
these.
full of
These are
monsters
cool.
descend
These
to
are
attack
cool.
you.
I mean, they put a lot of work into it. Right?
Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will
Scourge at
face
the
your first
skies.
boss. The order of the bosses is
I
random.
don't
Is this that chick?
I
Is
don't-
this
I
that
don't think
bird
this thing can
boss?
You're
fly.
selected.
I don't,
Fight
yeah,
will
the one in
never feel the same.
You know, I always kill that boss.
Act 4
After defeating the
Act
boss, you
4
may claim
water
your reward.
aqueducts.
Of
That's
course,
the
there are the items.
I always kill
you
it too.
also gain the right to ascend.
This is cool.
If you already did the trial,
I
of the
like that as a
Seconds, then you
choice,
can claim 2
personally.
more points to add
I'm
to
okay
your
with that.
ascendancy
I'm okay
class.
with that. I think when I thought
Now,
it was
it's possible
only
to go
Sanctum, I
much
was like,
deeper.
it's over.
There are more bosses.
Yeah, because like
rewards, and
I'm not the
risks to
biggest
take.
Sanctum fan
We'll talk more
personally.
about
You don't have to
that
do
when
all
we
that
get
to ascend,
in-game.
buddy. You don't have to do
How about we talk about that now? So far,
Why?
we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the end game is where the game truly begins. Something that happens
Let's go,
almost
end
every
game.
time a new action RPG launches is people saying,
No
there isn't
end
enough
game.
in-game content.
Not this
Well,
one.
we want to make sure that in PoE2, people don't feel that way. And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently.
Oh.
The first 3 acts of PoE2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player.
So they're
This
less
is already a
rounds.
pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access,
going straight to
we can
end.
concentrate
That's
on
so
endgame
smart.
and make that
Those are my
great.
devs. Those are my
For
deaths.
new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content.
Yeah, that's already a
But
lot.
for existing actual
Oh my
play players,
God.
what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome.
Yeah, but we're not new players, so we don't expect to
several
get
months ago,
25
we
hours.
switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content.
Let's see what you got, baby.
At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and
Yo,
around
these
400
bosses
monster
look cool.
types.
Yo,
But
did you
the
see
great
that?
thing
Did you see
is
that
The
flick?
rest of the game is like
Yeah,
80%
yeah.
there.
Dude, I can't wait to get
We're
that.
adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the end game happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest
Are
of
we
the
getting
acts,
boosted?
we've added a second difficulty
Oh,
level
cool.
called Crawl.
I'm down,
Oh, God.
where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses
I'm down,
leveled
I'm
up.
down.
And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like
I
a
mean,
new game
This
plus.
wasn't PoE 1 before.
I
It's
know,
also
but
a lot faster to get through the content the
I
second
wouldn't,
time as
I
your
wouldn't
player speed
like to
increases.
do this
That
when
will
I'm
take
my
you to around level
20th
65
character,
when the
you
game
know?
begins.
Because
Once
I
we
will
have
have
problem
low
with
the
this-
characters.
the
really
problem with
low
this-
release,
Crawl
though.
difficulty.
It is.
So you'll progress straight from the end
I
of
mean,
Act 6
release,
to
you don't know
endgame.
when. But the problem with that is
What is the end game?
it makes
To
the
explain
after
that,
the
I'll hand
first
over to
time.
Mark.
Hold
He
on,
can
hold
tell
on.
you
Listen,
all
we'll talk
about
about that after. I'm not gonna show my boy up.
yeah.
Hi, I'm Mark
Hi,
Roberts,
Dad.
Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct in-game content to choose
It's
between.
sad.
Each in-game mechanic needs to have its own
His eyes are
progression
red.
system, areas,
My guy hasn't been
bosses,
sleeping.
rewards,
Hasn't been
and player power that can only be gained from that content.
He has
We're
not
going
been
to be adding
sleeping.
a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2, we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
His voice feels, yeah.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the
Oh
endgame
shit,
for Path of
I
Exile
love the
2.
detail on the
It's
Atlas.
infinite and expands in all directions.
It's
Now, we're
infinite.
not going to spoil the plot too much.
Excuse
here,
me?
But corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it.
What do you mean?
In the center of the
Huh?
Atlas, you will find
Just
the
a
Ziggurat,
story, just a
a
story.
temple
Okay.
in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources.
So I hide
In
out.
order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed.
I mean,
Insert
that's
the
fast
waystone
stretch.
And click Traverse.
It's infinite
Portals
that you
will
just
open,
spend all your
allowing
time
you
in
and your
Strand.
party to travel to the area you have selected. All
That
the
sounds
areas
like
in the
me.
endgame feel distinct from
I
the
like-
locations in the
Flicker!
game,
Oh,
and we
shit!
have dialed the randomization up to
Flicker
11.
strike!
The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting
I need to see
combat
chat for
situations.
this.
There are over 400
Yep,
monster types
Flicker,
in
they're
early
going
I mean,
access,
listen,
and they have a
look at all
lot
the
of
mobs
varied
being
and
one-shot,
interesting
by the way.
abilities.
Mhm.
Depending on which
Keep an eye on
combinations
the
you
pace.
face, you might find some serious
no,
challenges.
don't lag. Are we lagging?
In order to cleanse
are.
the
No,
corruption
I'm
from the
chilling,
area,
I'm
you
chilling.
will need to defeat all the powerful, rare, and unique enemies in it. Once you have
Dude,
done
I wanna
that,
be this
the
character
area will
so
be marked
bad.
as completed, and you will be
They're
able to
transforming
travel
one.
past it to progress deeper into the world. If
Yo,
you
look at that
die,
ring of
then the map
fire.
can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
Oh, wait,
There are
what?
also all kinds of other
Fail.
random encounters
So
you might
basically,
run into
last
as you
epoch
play
monolith
maps.
system?
One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient,
see, let 'em
corrupting
cook, let 'em
monuments
cook,
that
before I
irradiate
cook.
the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs
So it's
make
literally
you
not
faster,
normal
others rain lightning
shrines.
or
It's
fire
settlers of
around you,
Calgary.
and some even
Yeah,
give you
settlers
increased
shrines.
experience or help you find better items.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
You
that's
can
fine.
also
conditioned
find
us already.
strong boxes.
Oh,
These
shit.
enigmatic
These are
chests guard
necropolis,
piles of
this
treasure,
thing.
but are always a trap.
Coffins.
Monsters lie in wait to
They're always
attack
a
you the
trap.
moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous
Nice.
demons. There are different
Oh,
types of strong
just make
boxes
it
containing
worse.
different items, and you can even use your currency items
I
to
like-
craft them on the
I-
fly, so you can optimize the
There's
content.
no way it takes that long.
Be
There's
careful of
actually no
opening
way.
one you can't handle.
Yo, was that?
Everywhere
What's
else is
that?
filled with fog, though.
Oh, it covers up everywhere. Like it's like
Sometimes
when you're
you'll
doing
discover
it, you're
monsters
doing it.
frozen in
Yeah.
essences, solidified
essences.
crystalline
Called
corruption.
it.
These dangerous monsters can be
I'm
broken
3 for
free.
3, by the way.
If you defeat
No,
them,
you're not.
the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal
This
items
is
to magic items.
this is
with
at
guaranteed
best the only
mod
thing
from the category.
you've called.
Did you notice the essence was
For example,
undamageable
we
there?
could use this
Yeah,
one
it
on
was-
some
it had
boots
the
to ensure a
invulnerability
movement
shrine.
speed mod.
It gives you a movement.
Rarely,
a
essences
speed
will
mod.
also drop that allow you to upgrade
Oh,
magics
so they're
to
element-
rares,
they're
adding the
themes.
guaranteed mod.
I mean, that's how it's always been, isn't it?
No, they're fixed mods. Well, like yes, by name, yes.
This is
It says
incredibly
one cold
powerful since it
modifier.
allows you to get a second deterministic
Because that
mod
could
in
be
your
flat
crafting
cold to
content.
attack.
Yeah, but you can use
Combining
multiple
it with the
essences.
currencies that are commonly found in
You can
Ray
use
class for
multiple
modifying
essences.
items. And
That's
you can get a very
insane.
nice pair of boots indeed.
So essences day one.
Yeah, essences all the way.
Like
Essences
all
day
items,
one.
can also be crafted using your currency items.
So you throw life
Adding
essence, you
prefix
throw
mods will
cold, you
improve
throw
the reward,
chaos.
while suffix
That one's on
mods
the floor
increase
is me
danger.
after eating, by the way.
The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop.
Oh shit.
Adding mods to your waystones is
So
key
suffixes
to
are
progressing
bad,
to higher
prefixes are
tiers
good.
and sustaining them. But it will require you to take on larger
Waystone
challenges.
drop chance 320%, by
There
the way.
are a
On
variety
the tier
of factors
1.
you have to
On the
consider
tier
when
1.
crafting your waystones.
Yeah, but
Some maps will have
they
higher
max their
density,
suffixes.
yeah.
some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure
there's
you
no movement
explore
skill
and
in this
think
game,
about
but
what
that's
makes
fine.
certain maps
It is what
good
it
if you
is.
want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree.
So
This
about the
tree
campaign,
allows you
yeah.
to juice the danger and
It
rewards
looks
of
so
all areas in the end.
so much smaller.
You could increase the number of monsters, the number
Minus
of rares,
15.
the number of
Minus
precursor
15,
artifacts or
literally.
strong boxes, even
so
the
many.
quantity of item drops. As you
down.
explore the in-game world map, you'll notice various
Doriani?
different biomes. From snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys.
So delve.
Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore
So it's
deeper
kinda
into
like
the
delve.
Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are
So it is
constructed by
infinite.
different peoples
They
of
weren't
race
joking.
and have specific items that can be found there. These strange
it should
structures
be,
marked
yeah.
on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique
Oh,
maps
they don't
like
even tell
Untainted
us?
Paradise,
No, they
an
don't.
undisturbed island full of beasts that give an
These are
extreme
the unique.
amount
These
of
are the unique
experience.
Untainted,
maps.
You may
yeah,
even find
Untainted
a lonely
Paradise is the
man
unique
just
map.
enjoying his
Oh,
retirement
look.
Oh,
who will
he's
give you a
back!
unique
Name us
item for free.
here!
In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp.
Oh
Clear
shit, that's
these
how you find
areas of their
hideouts.
hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can
Let's
decorate your hideout as you
go.
see fit
Limestone
and invite various
hideout.
NPCs to join you there to create your own personal
heck?
base of operations.
By the way, look at the
A
mobs, the
great tool
density,
for
the frames are
exploration
barely dropping.
towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing
Yeah,
you to scout out
So it's
your
like
next challenge.
so it's like last
There
April
are
kind of.
lots of things to find, so keep looking.
Totally. They
Some
really
sections
took
of your
shit from
atlas are
Ellie like
influenced by
crazy.
corruption. This adds extra
So they
modifiers
like
to the maps in
corruption
the
system.
region, increasing
Mm-hmm.
difficulty
Wow.
and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in
Right, it's
close
gonna cook.
proximity to each other will
gonna be
cause the
better in this
vestiges
game,
of
though.
corruption
I
within
know it
them
will be.
to
I
emerge
think it's
together,
fascinating.
forming powerful and grotesque
I
abominations.
mean, what they did is they took their base
You may have
Beyond.
noticed
system,
while
took
looking
last
at the
C plus
atlas that
corruption
some of the
system,
areas
and
have
combined
these
it.
icons
Mm-hmm.
above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make
1
them
in
very
4
powerful
maps?
and very rewarding. These bosses
down, I'm
come
down.
from the
So we
campaign,
blast for
but
4?
have had their difficulty
I mean, I'm
increased
down too.
with
And then we
changes to
burn
AI and
6
some of
portals?
their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can
Yep.
see where the bosses
Heroes
are,
what is
of
that
Might
dagger?
and
choose to
Magic
take
What is that
them
dagger?
or avoid them. If you do choose to
Actually,
hunt bosses,
yeah,
though, then
it
you will
actually
be
is
rewarded
kinda
with
like Heroes of
special
Might and
points
Magic,
for the
right?
boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will
Okay,
allow you to
so-
specialize in boss killing.
So if you
giving
want to be a
much
boss
greater
rusher,
rewards
you
for
need to
defeating
already have the ability to kill them while progressing maps. I'm
each
fucking
different
down.
type of content in the endgame, we are adding
wait,
specialized
there's-
trees in
there's
order to
side
make it so you
trees.
don't feel the need to respec
there's
your
side
points
trees.
when you change between different types of
Thank you
content.
so
We will
much.
be showing you 7 of
Thank
these
you.
by the end of this presentation, so
Oh,
there's
nice.
still a lot more to come. Bosses are
Yo,
not the only
this-
icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a
This
look
is
at one of
Breach.
the in-game systems.
This has to be
Breach.
Breach, right?
If
Yeah.
you played PoE
Breach is
1,
back.
you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have
As a
created
Breach
sequels
enjoyer,
to
I need
several
to see
PoE
this.
1 leads. While the mechanic
I
is
need to see
familiar,
this.
the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons
look-
and
look at
otherworldly
the clear
monstrosities
though.
that lie in wait on this other plane
Oh,
of
lightning.
existence.
We're
By
logging in.
engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world
I
and
literally been practicing for PoE.
in order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find.
Like old
That's how
PoE
it works.
Also
system.
find
Wow.
clasped hands that will open and drop more
Yeah, I think I've
items if you
seen
run
I've seen
over.
something like that.
These
When
can
wanna
be
run
good
over the
boosts to
clasped
the rewards
hands,
of the
too.
breach, so keep an eye out.
Yo, can we
The
just
bosses?
can we just
One of the
appreciate appreciate the
rewards
fact
you may
that
find
you don't
while
have to
fighting
click those
monsters
clap
from
signs
Breach
because like that
and
was cancer.
tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to
So
areas
it
within
basically
range of the
influences
tower.
their region.
This
So
makes all the
scarabs
content in the Atlas
ish.
self-sustained.
Scarabs.
Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers.
These
get
are my
more
devs,
breaches,
and I don't
get
actually
more
give a
tablets.
thing where it's
Soon
like,
your
this is what
Atlas
you
will
like
be
to play,
covered in
make yourself
otherworldly
more of it.
domains.
Like,
In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range.
Rarity.
Tablets can
Wait,
have
so
up to 2
wait,
mods.
wait, so you need
These
tablets
mods do
as
things
well
like
as the
adding extra
waystones
rare
to
monsters,
open the map,
extra clasped
and you need
hands,
to craft
or even
each
monster
one.
density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often
you
you
get
will
to
find
modify-
multiple
you get to
towers near to
modify
each
the
other
breaches.
with overlapping areas of effect.
I
This
wonder.
can allow
I think
you to
that
really juice the
my
mechanic
first
by
impression on
stacking
a
the
lot of
mods
these
from
map
multiple
systems is
tablets.
they're so cool, but like, how do they
In your
feel
fight to hold the
100 in?
breach demons at
Yeah.
bay,
It's a lot of
you may
things
want to
you're
use
doing
the
not
powers of their
playing.
world
Because
Which
it
is
kind of
not,
it kind of
which
feels
they tend
like
to pull back on
always
over
has player
time.
it feels
power
like
that can only
old
be found in
compasses.
and
Yeah,
breaches
yeah.
no
It's like,
different.
it's like
In
whenever
Breach, you will
PoE
find
releases a system,
kettles.
Rose, over
Items that
time,
can increase the
you won't be
quality of
doing a
rings
lot
and
of these.
amulets by improving
Yeah.
specific mods.
Because it's, yeah.
You can also
But the
find
catalysts,
breach
they see
rings,
what the
a special
player base
base
likes,
type that can
they
have
have
its quality improved by catalysts.
45%?
50.
In this case, you could create a
Oh,
ring
shit.
with around 170 life. Breach
Oh,
rings can become some of the
shit.
strongest rings in the game, giving you
And
some
they're
good
craftable.
motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing breach monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach
yeah.
stone. Using a
Are
vile
they actually the
technology
same?
called
The splinters
Realm
have-
Gate,
look like
you can use your
fingers.
breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain,
No
you will
way.
find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
These are in PoE 1 as well. Just a different.
Was that
Should
flicker?
you be fast enough,
That was
you will be
Flicker.
able to fight their leader.
When he
Zip.
gets the charges, he
See that I
flickers
won.
with him. Oh, that he's a breach dude then. Okay, okay. Well, makes sense.
Yeah. That's why he has hands for wings.
Also, by the way, he speaks in we, not it.
Yeah.
So
My guy said
breach
can't wait to
monsters
be
speak in
flicked.
it, normally, right? Even like the high commanders.
Maybe
So
they
this
just
might
says
be
he's
a
like
big-
royalty or something. Like he's not the mate of like it that fled.
Holy.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them,
Yo, do you
so
see
you'll
the-
have to
the
discover them
puppet?
for yourself.
I
But
see.
Rest assured, this is some of the
So this is a
hardest
pinnacle
content
boss.
we've ever made. All these encounters have specific
I believe
uniques
you, Mark.
that can
Wait,
only
it's
be
like
found
this
from
guy's
me,
name is
but
We
that's
Who Are
not all.
One.
We still have the progression system. Defeating
how
Zesht
do we
will give
progress?
you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree.
Oh.
Allocating these points will make breaches
You have to
and the
beat
breach
him.
domain even harder, but will give you more
Wow.
rewards. The small
Oh.
nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while
Okay.
the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Night.
Hey, daddy
The
wants his
density is
Catalan
number of
insane.
pack.
splinters you get
Lol.
from
The
past
density is
attacks,
insane.
and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can
yeah.
only be found by
I
increasing
figured.
the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating
Oh.
Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more
Get one
threats to
shot.
break past.
And that was a one shot. Why would you stand
Ritual
there?
altars are
Yeah,
sacrificial
basically.
sites built by
You
the
need to kill the
mysterious
pinnacle of
king
the,
in
of the
mists.
content you're running to get
If you
more
encounter
rewards
this
from
symbol
it.
on the Atlas, then you know
So
that
does that
the
mean every
area
mechanic has a
contains
pinnacle
ritual
boss?
altars.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ritual altars
that's
demand
dope.
tribute.
I mean, we
Every
have King of
monster
the
you
Mist here.
slaughter in the circle
Yeah,
will
King of
feed
the Mist is
altar.
obviously ritual.
After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the
But
ritual.
what is essence? You
The
know?
monsters you
I don't
just
know if
killed will be
essences and stuff
resurrected
will
by
have.
the
I
King
think
of
those
the
are
Mist's
base
dark
mechanics like
magic,
strong boxes.
and you must fight to survive.
We'll see. I mean, he'll let us know, I guess.
Yeah.
The tribute you
when
have
does
offered
this
to the
come out?
altar can be spent
I
to
already know
buy
ritual is not for
items,
me.
but
2
they
weeks,
can be
right.
expensive. To gain more tribute,
I
you
mean,
will
to be
want
fair,
find
ritual could
more
actually be good
altars.
league
Each
starts.
successive ritual you do
Or
within
EA
an
starts.
area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you'll be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that
Omens are
allow
back.
for meta
Your next exalted
Crafting
ogre
items that affect
add
other
only a
crafting
prefix
items.
modifier.
An item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for
Ritual is actually good. Never mind, don't mind me.
Also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding.
So wait, how do you get to the pinnacle counter? You use the tablets.
Feared by the Asmeri
Is it like a number of them you have to use?
To have brought eternal darkness to the wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating
know, but how many,
and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest.
No, you're not. You're not. You're 2 for 2 at best.
Coming to life.
Best.
When you touch a mirror, the mists of
delirium. Do you know what Rex calls this
mechanic?
mechanic?
Affecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the night.
It took me so long to realize that was a mirror.
It is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you go, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels, terrifying demons, who will manifest out of
tell me Costa Joes aren't a thing though.
The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree.
So
this is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get.
Yeah, so it's annoyance.
Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further choose your in-game maps. The tablets you can find
I feel like it will get tedious to keep using those though.
Pack size, make the
I don't know.
dissipate
Could be me.
or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirious. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum
Yeah, but like it's...
The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories.
Dude, this looks amazing,
Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively
Simulacrum is a
more
wave-based
You will
mode,
receive loot at the end of each
it
wave,
gets harder.
and
It's
you'll have to
one
make
as
the
well.
decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get into simulacrum are truly
So what exactly would Cassia do? Since
if you can
we're almost
complete
sure
the
Blight is here.
You will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree.
7 months they worked on this, eh?
Next up,
Expedition.
You know, there's no way Expedition was.
Of course.
Occasionally,
no, you're not. Whenever we go to count Expedition, stop it. Stop it.
The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives.
She's
the
Gwen in vacation.
Mark the locations where
Apparently,
the
Gwen has issues with like lore-wise. That's why she wasn't Kingdom. She has issues with the person.
There is just one
what's his face?
Corruption has
Johan.
brought the corpses of
So she
their
couldn't be
ancestors
involved
to
in
life.
Kingsmar.
So
That's
you
why
might
she's
have to
not
do
there.
a little cleanup before
It's
you
a
can
lore
reclaim
thing.
the artifacts.
This is like the beginner mechanic in PoE1 as well, Rogue. Like whenever someone's starting, looking for something to make money, all you gotta do is blow up the things on the floor, kill stuff, and just don't pick a mod that breaks your build.
I don't think this is
fire
beginner.
damage. Don't pick
I don't think this is beginner mechanic.
Danig,
I didn't do this as a beginner. I didn't like it.
Exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic.
It's not a beginner mechanic.
You're a minion player. You're destined for greater things.
This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are
so
maps
logbooks are
full
still in
of
the
buried
game.
treasure and
So,
relics.
you know I'm 6 for 6 because I taught you how logbooks work.
No, you're not.
Here you can create
my guy just pulling out numbers out his ass at this point.
And go through a very high
is a
number
map
of
that's just expedition.
Be careful.
So you're basically setting, you're putting a lot, and then you're gonna fight. And sometimes it has special bosses.
If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter
Expedition
harder
is the same.
than you
Yeah,
think.
it is.
There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground.
So where's the final boss?
We're gonna brick so many.
Dripping caves
Yes.
and hidden piratations.
Yo, this is.
But the
do you
most
see the amount of
powerful
minions
encounter
there?
is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights
And they
of
all
the
look like
Sun.
mages.
Defeating him will grant you unique
I need to see
rewards,
what that
as
person's
well as
spirit
points
was.
to spend in the expedition section of the
This
Atlas
is a new
tree.
boss.
So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to in-game too. Just like the other in-game systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore.
The traps kind of look cool though, but it gets very
floor has its
tiring.
own
Where's the
challenging
health
rooms
bar in this?
and a floor boss
Where's the
that you
health
need to
bar?
kill.
You mean resolve?
Yeah.
I don't know. You look 600k damage on the Hardy guy.
There are 4 floors in
Yeah,
total,
I saw that.
leading to
750. It
another
was spike
pinnacle
into
boss at the
750.
end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sekimers is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree.
Cluster jewels.
This jewel gives
No,
lightning
it's radius.
damage
It's radius.
and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel
Oh, it's
sockets
just
on the
it's
tree,
just regular
so it's
jewels.
possible to gain a lot of power here. There are
Okay.
also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves,
Oh.
but
You
affect
ready?
other passives surrounding
Oh,
them.
I like this
jewel
one.
increases the
I like
effect
this
of
one.
small nodes and radius by 25%.
That's actually
With
really
careful
cool.
placement
We
in
need
the
this in
tree, you
Yeah,
get a
we do.
significant
I
amount
like
of
it.
power from it. There are also
We'll be
unique jewels
broken.
available
But we
with
do
very
it.
interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push
like
further
this
into
jewel.
the trial
Might actually
and
be fun.
uncover the secrets of the Maraketh,
I
you
know
will
about
want to
that
take
one, Chief.
advantage of its progression system, relics.
Holy.
Relics are items
It's
that
the
can
new
be placed
sanctum.
in
So
the
because
relic
this is a
altar as
roguelike
you
mode,
start the
Rogue,
trial.
these are
They give
basically
special
like
bonuses that
your
affect the
meta
trial,
progression.
making it easier and increasing
So when you
its
put it
rewards.
in, it
Of
makes
course,
it
you
easier
can
for
craft
you,
these with your
or
currency
it
items,
makes it
making
harder.
them even
You
stronger.
can craft them.
If you can
You can't
complete
craft
the
them in
entire
Purity 1.
trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when
Holy.
used on your next run,
15,
but
do you
can
see
reward you
that?
with unique and
17.
powerful items.
17
For example,
zombies.
this is the Last Flame.
What is
if
that?
you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial. So you will
No
need
hit
to do
run.
a
So what's the
completely
reward?
hitless run.
It's original sin. So what's the reward?
Towards the reward.
The Trial of Chaos also
What's the-
extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums
That
of higher
that is
and
in
higher
PoE
levels,
1
the
Rogue,
number
but
of
it literally
chambers that
gives you one of the
can go
most
through
expensive and
increases.
rarest items.
In
Not
true
rare,
Val
rare
style,
because
this allows
only
you to take
you have to
even
basically be
more
perfect at
risks
the game
for
mode to
even
be
more
able to do it.
rewards.
You can't get
At
hit.
Like there are
endgame, you can
people
progress
who,
through up to 10
yeah, there are
chambers
people who like
with
do
3
that during
bosses
the
on a
league,
single
and
run.
obviously they make the
Stacking
most
10
money, but
tribulations on top
like,
of each other will
you're
make
not
this
doing
a
it for free.
significant challenge, but it's worth
Basically
it.
can't get
The
hit.
Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val
Can we
Orbs
finally
are
see a
powerful
Val Orb?
crafting items that corrupt
Can
your
I say they
gear
look cool?
with random,
They
mysterious
look so cool.
outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your
Most
body
impactful?
armor, it might add a new
gives it an
powerful
implicit
enchantment, or it might re-roll up to
enchantment.
half of its modifiers.
Up to half of it, so
Val
it's not
Orbs
completely
also have the
reroll.
ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body
So
armor
it's
can
something
get
like
up to
this.
3
I honestly
sockets
feel like
this
people
way,
are going
allowing for a
to corrupt
significant
like
number of
Val Orb
items.
items more.
items with this shit.
Val Orbs can even
Yes.
modify
Yeah, corrupting is
uniques.
an important
Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a
107.
good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Val
fuck?
sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and
Where's
blood
the 2
magic to
weeks?
power their civilization. Soul cores are
Like, for
powerful
real, though.
socketable items
You know I'm fucked,
with mods
right?
that cannot be obtained from regular runes.
Not a day will
Twitch
pass.
ads?
all
Snooze,
in-game
please. I
content,
don't want to
there
see
is, of
this.
course,
I'm gonna
a
be
pinnacle
rewatching
boss.
this video
the
every
final
day
chamber
till it
will
comes
drop
out.
keys to this
Ooh, no.
mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps
Oh,
you
shit,
are
we'll
willing to
fight
take
him.
the risk to find
Of
out.
course.
I'm 6 for
Had
6 by
enough
the way.
yet?
No,
Because
bruh.
there is still just one more.
Now you're trying to
I'm
It's the
trigger
most
me.
difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged
My
from
guy just put it
underground,
double his eyes
surrounded
ass.
by an enormous maze riddled with danger.
So,
is the maze
is
preventing
Arrow?
something from getting in, or something getting out?
Why does it look so
This
pyramid-esque?
fortress is
Alva.
of
Maybe
ancient
it's like
origin, and
Alva's
its construction
temples.
has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat
Let me
them.
in, please.
Each faction is led by an Uber Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to
Viper.
defeat
Uber
their 2
Viper.
lieutenants in the adjacent zones.
By the way, do you see
Be
the
careful.
double
If you
shocks
fail
on it?
against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move
to start
on,
over.
and you will need to find
they
them again.
leave.
Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress.
Wait, so
we
it's a
aren't
one
going to
life
spoil
thing?
it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the
Maybe.
first time. But is
I
there
don't
a
think
tree you
so.
get
So
points in
Ben's
after
playing
killing it?
first.
Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2.
That, I like
As you
that
can
That's
see,
line.
enough,
this
that's
project
enough,
is
that's enough,
crazy
that's-
huge.
That's enough, that's
way
enough,
bigger
that's
than
enough.
even we
Manage
expected when we started out.
expectations.
But
Let's
how do you gain
go.
access? Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480 US,
I'm swiping
we'll
Lily
be giving
More
you
than
guys a key for the
480.
PC version for free.
Oh,
Anyone else who wants
40.
one can get one by purchasing one of the new
I mean,
early
I'm going to buy
access
the packs
supporter
regardless,
packs
I
that have just
think.
been released to the store.
Look at that.
If you just want
glow,
early
man.
access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30
Oh,
early
do you
access
see
pack.
this?
The
You
pack
must
also
swipe.
comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store.
Oh shit! Look at that
But
600
we also
one.
have a variety of
That
other
pest is
supporter
cute.
packs filled with
Yes, it
exclusive
does. It
microtransactions,
is.
points to spend in the store, and even
Oh,
physical
dude.
items.
It's a wet
The
attack.
cosmetics
red
can be
one.
used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts.
I feel like
Most
I'm
of
going
this
to
footage has
I'm
been
going to go all the
recorded
way
in
with
Path of
this
Exile 1,
supporter
Yeah,
pack
since
this
that's
think
when
I'm
you use
year.
them
gonna climb up.
immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment, which has an alternate variant depicting the influence
Kiwi
of
of
corruption.
Doom.
Oh, dude.
Also in this pack, you can find a portal formed of the rusted
Oh,
armor of the
shit.
fallen soldiers in the Red Veil of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds.
I can't believe this game
This
is
one doesn't
actually
look so
coming out
vicious
right
though.
Oh, that's adorable.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-hander to apply to
That's
your
me, day one
one-handed
of
or
PoE2,
two-handed
that bet.
swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of
that
hideout
Hillock?
statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock.
Yeah, that's Hillock.
For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in the series will also
This
contain
is actually
a
going to be
new themed
legendary
Kiwi
to
pet.
have this then.
The pet
They
will
don't- they
loyally
don't
follow you
release
into
Kiwi
battle.
pets.
There's
Run
going to be
away
a
at the
Kiwi in
first
every
sign of trouble.
single
Become
pack.
the ruler of the desert with the king of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the
He
Vastarian
has
plains.
hands.
You have like 5
The body
legs.
armor will allow you to
hands?
glide
He
along
has
the
hands
ground.
and
Oh,
legs.
so we're gliding, yeah.
Our
Of course.
huge armor set comes with
So-
body armor.
okay, that looks
boots,
sick. I
gloves,
want
and
that.
helmet. But the boots are covered in
This is
sand.
literally PoE. If you told us
If
this
you'd
was
prefer to
PoE 1, I
show
would
them
It is
believe
PoE
You can
1.
turn the gliding off if you
Oh,
want.
it is? Okay, cool. I was like, what the fuck? That looks like PoE 1.
The accompanying back attachment
These are all
equips you with
PoE
two
1, I
powerful
think.
pillars that can
They're
control
both.
and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy.
Well, that's cool.
Replace the appearance of any
It's just
bow with the
cosmetic,
Faradin's
right?
glory skin. Or
mean,
replace the
everything
appearance
here
of a
is-
spear with the Tyranny's
I'm
end
looking forward
spear
to.
skin.
Whenever I hear Faradin,
This
I
spear
just think
skin
about the
can be
minion, the
applied to
Faradin, the
staves and war
Impaler.
staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a king of the
Oh,
Faradin,
shit.
then you
Oh,
definitely
shit.
need your trusty, moving, entire city
No.
fortress known as
There's
the
no
Dreadnought.
way.
This
to
is the
travel
hideout.
across
Is it a
the
hideout?
Vastari Plains.
That's a fucking moving
In Path of
hideout.
Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like.
This
And
is the
it's no
fucking
exception here.
hideout.
It comes with a
Okay, so we're
variety of
fucked,
thematic
right?
elements to
This
use.
is the second
plus
tier, right?
decorations from elsewhere in the game.
No, I think this is the highest. This has to be the highest.
Additionally, you
has
will
to
get the
be.
Deshret's Blessing level up effect.
Oh,
Okay, so I'm getting this.
The
Okay,
king of the
so I'm
Faradin
fucked.
Kiwi pet.
yes.
And last but not least, a statue
I
depicting
told
the
you they
Val
beat the
Oversoul.
I
from
told you they
Path of
beat the
Exile.
next one.
For those who don't know how
That's
supporter
why.
packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier. So you'll get all the
Too bad
items
that
from
they're
the Lord of
not as
Ogham
good
supporter
as
pack
their
as well.
3D artists. What do you mean?
The Thaumaturge
That's
of
not
the
the last-
Val
that was the
supporter
second
pack features
tier.
an armor set
This one
and
had, like,
back
the
attachment themed around the Val. And
There's no way that was the
pursuit of
second
science
one.
and
I think that was
progress.
that was the entire pack. I think that was the
You
entire
can find the
pack.
Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy.
Because if
harnessed
Oh,
from
is it the one where they
sacrifice
do
to spill
2
from your weapon.
divisions, 2
I-
packs?
This pack
types?
also contains
I think
Doyani's
so.
idol. It replaces the default appearance of
It's gonna
any
be on the
foci
website.
to
We'll
an
see,
ancient
we'll see,
relic
we'll
once
see.
used by Doyani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Val weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin.
Those daggers look sick, man.
Yeah,
You
they
wouldn't think
do.
to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Val did.
The
Thaumaturge of the
blood fog,
Val
like, coming
supporters
off
will
of it,
receive the
dude, like-
Thaumaturge of the Val Kiwi pet.
Because you can mix this with other stuff,
And
too.
the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt. But if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for
I'm
additional
definitely gonna
points
get
to
this
spend in
pack
the store.
eventually. This
Becoming
one
a
and the one that
Warlord
comes
of
with the
the
hoodie.
Kardui supporter will grant you an armor set
This
and
one
a
looks
back
Kiwi
attachment
of Doom.
adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Kardui god of war.
Lol. Oh shit!
Overkill, you say? I think the Kardui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp?
On rares is insane, by the way.
Replace your
On
crafting
rares?
bench in your hideout
Not
with
even
an
unique.
ancestral canoe crafting bench, where ancestral chief Mata will summon a giant
is this a portal?
by Karui warriors
No, it's a
to aid in
crafting
your
bench.
crafting desires.
Oh. Can I say I like the total sounds?
You'll also get a pair of weapon
Yeah,
skins.
I love the total sound a lot.
Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes.
No, but this is actually
or
a dope-
Tukohama's
a
Crusher
dope
to
set.
your one-handed or two-handed maces.
You receive a t-shirt one day. I actually have my POE shirt and hoodie from the last time I bought it.
There we go.
Equipped with armor and
It
harnessing
came really
ancestral
quick.
magic,
So
they make the
like
perfect
in
sidekick.
less than a few months. So
Once one of the
it's
most
not as
feared
bad as
beings
people
in
would make you
Rayclast,
would have you
Malachi
believe.
was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of Exile's past,
Where's
present, and of the
Kitava?
future.
There's going to be one with Kitava, I'm sure.
Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game.
See,
You'll
hoodie.
want to look good in
I'm
real
gonna-
life
I'm gonna
too.
get this one too.
By becoming a warlord of the Karui
100%.
supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie.
Surely I don't make a mistake.
Our final tier of supporter pack
You
in this
better
series is
not.
the Liberator of Rayclass supporter
Okay, I
pack.
think you were right. That was all
The
in
Liberator
the
of
second
Rayclass
pack, and this is the
armset and
highest
back
one.
attachment come made with the finest
This is
materials in
better than-
Rayclast.
There's a
and shattered
PoE
glass
2 one
mosaics suspended in
that
divine
had
power.
a similar glow with like the church
Set up
windows
your
that
base
was
of
kind of
operations
bad.
in the
Like,
Beacon of
this
Salvation
one actually looks
hideout.
really good.
Why
Wait,
restrict
what?
yourself
This
to
is
just
hideout?
one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row
Wait,
between them.
what?
Just walk to the
Boat
piers,
League?
click a boat to enter, and navigate as you
Bull
choose.
fucking league.
Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races?
Lol.
You can also
Boat
get the Window to
races.
Twilight portal effect. A beautiful
Yeah, that
mosaic
looks
piece of art
insane.
that shatters and reveals a gateway to your
It
desired
honestly
destination
does.
as you
It is
approach
beautiful.
As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form.
It is beautiful.
Rule and style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game
What?
maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom.
Holy,
Look
my
down on the
trades.
plebeians running your maps.
Just sit down.
Being
People
the
come to
Liberator,
trade
though, is
you.
not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command.
That's crazy.
Liberator of Rayclass supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins.
Oh
The
shit.
Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin.
They didn't show the
That shit looks
flail.
insane.
Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in
Kitava.
Rayclass's history.
Kitava.
The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava.
It had
the
to have been
Insatiable.
Kitava.
With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat
Oh,
him
this
once
is a
and for all.
dope statue though.
This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art.
Nah, I'm fucked.
This
I'm
215-page
fucked.
full-color art book
So I need
includes a
this.
huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of
Oh,
Path of Exile 2's
look,
development.
get teased.
And finally,
Oh,
Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features.
Oh?
For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclass supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to
said
drop it
released,
from the
though.
reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping. And
So
other
Voidborn
players will be able to find
reliquary.
foil versions of uniques that you have submitted, along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them. So choose wisely.
Mage blood all the way.
Now, almost
Can we
all of
see
these items
Mage
are
Blood?
available
Can
to
we
use
see
in
Mage
PoE 1
Blood?
right now.
It's like
There are a
tease
few
us, like
sections
drop
where
it.
the
in
item class
PoE2.
clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like
So
to
early
thank you
access
for
is
your
a
ongoing
year?
support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
PoE2.com. Pathofexile2.com.
Do I just swipe down?
Yeah, you better. 12 character classes. Please tell me they have the information here. Skill classes. Which
Oh, there we go. Rogue, that's everything you need to
To
know.
the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching.
I'm going to rewatch the witch parts.
Class. Yeah, for sure.
To be fair, I'm not a fan of the gameplay, but the artists are good.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, it
there's been
depends.
a few fun moments here already, but
I think the gameplay honestly has looked very good, and even closer to PoE 1 than I expected in terms of the wave clear and everything.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access, that people didn't feel like it was just limping along and kind of just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like there is enough content, because it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping.
That comment out of context would be interesting.
The half the classes, but you've made a decision here clearly that's got to the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So I
the
mean,
second director is blonde too.
Path of Exile's in-game is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content, and that some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another, and I feel like that choice is like a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered in-game, then I don't think that would be a
Chat, can you tell Arcade is cooked?
So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, like, what is the minimum number of like different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to?
I think they actually did the maximum of the minimum. You know what I mean?
That's how we ended up with what we have here.
Like they're like, what's the minimum number? And they just kept adding shit.
Nowadays release,
call them out.
Campaigns intact real good.
Fuck
you get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very
Actually, it's probably talking about last epoch because D4 has more late game content than last epoch.
That's the wrong thing to do. Like, let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and
TLI slave
it
trade
made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because so we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have
this
gotten,
is Mark on the right,
all these acts in if we hadn't have changed directions. Like to actually say,
you saw a picture of him when you first joined GGG.
Finish this content we'll be working on. It's like pins down everyone.
It's not early. They have legacy.
We're going to move over to Endgame because it's actually
that was him when he first
joined
GGG.
Yeah, but the systems are very different.
It's like suddenly the whole like environment team. It's like they're all just like
it's basically like making a new game with it. The only thing is they already know the concepts.
We're doing something else now, so
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think like a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for what is it now, 6 years.
Like I think it's even longer. Actually,
yeah, it's like just this epic journey. Whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time. So some of us are like, we're just churning out in game with every
I can't wait for 2 weeks.
doing all of that. But for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over.
Switch and when you're paying more Corruptor or Cutlass, Expression is the same. Yeah, Expression is the same concept, but like it's a different game, different engine. They had to actually build it, right?
Definitely, kind of.
And same thing with all their end game.
Even before I saw anything,
the concepts were like are from PoE 1, but like they also, aside from them switching it up, they had to remake it, right?
I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, like if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Is, absolutely.
Pretty
well, as I
exciting.
said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, we have to make sure that they also feel like, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, 40 axes, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content.
I'm very curious to see what crafting would look like in this game.
It's honestly like
the business model is still going to be one will and bring other homes.
So on. Like I'm hoping it'll take people a while to be able to work it out.
If there's any dev out there is not quote unquote milking the audience, it's GGG. Like just the fact that the early access pack is just $30, which is the exact same price as the pack we used to be in, like back in, was it beta for regular PoE1? They haven't increased the price or anything. And of course, once early access is done, it's obviously free.
Over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that?
I would say they are probably the least. And even transferring microtransactions from PoE 1 to 2 and making it so 2 also affects 1 in case you buy microtransaction in well.
And over time, it kind of feature
like I said, if there's any dev out there is not milking.
The thing that we were saying is whenever we were talking about, I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, we just took this area and modified it slightly. Each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about that like, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like
the thing is, even if the things are locked behind pinnacle bosses and like Sanctum,
underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver.
You don't beat them by paying with your wallet, so it's still not milking.
I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything. And so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that,
say you have your choice, but log behind prep mechanics. I mean, at the end of the day, things have to be logged behind mechanics. And I'm happy they gave the choice of having 2 different ways to ascend, or being able to like interact with different end-game content. You're not going to have to deal with the Delirium boss unless you want to farm Delirium and so on and so forth. You have the choice. You can choose not to.
Like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, like, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs
it's 100
into this like
engagements.
mega scale entire.
So being able to design that is really hard, but also being able to test that.
Separate game, yeah.
Fun
process when we talk about how
went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like, there were times way back in the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, yeah, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it?
Well, it's always scary.
Just 2 weeks.
Coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE2 team who have, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing. And that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky, actually, about the fact, because, we release, content for PoE1 all the time. And I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released. But honestly, like, PoE2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out, right? Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like, there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like, that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal, to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like, it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players.
I mean, the
really
being cocky part
it's always
refers to
we had a live event in LA recently.
Before the delays,
we got to the time limit, and everyone's like, "Oh man, we don't want to stop."
Like, that's part of why.
I think people are going to really enjoy.
That's part of, like, they thought they knew what
time around as
it would take, but then it turned out to be even like way more work than they thought. And that obviously translates to the delays.
Well, I heard you still
it's not
to blow the count
they were cocky after the delay. That's what he's saying.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little, I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the end game focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. I mean, look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign.
And I'm going to be live on launch day for as long as I can be.
I mean, it should be pretty significant.
24-hour plus stream.
I mean, we've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2.
Ideally, up to almost 48 hours. But I don't know how I would do that. I'll probably have to sleep at some point.
A reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
And then, sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So, in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering like how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta.
Don't understand PoE racers.
We want to make sure that all
the thing is, it's a whole different beast. The crafts that the racers are used to doing and at when and all of that, they're going to be much quicker than the average person. Yes.
Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it would be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is. And
so
then, of
basically,
course, after that point, there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard.
Economic sins.
No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So, I guess we'll have to see what gives a unique balance.
You talked about like the, playing for a week or how long are we expecting? Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the, a lot of the PoE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with like fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time.
Thank you for the follow. How you doing? Hope you're not a bot.
For me, I love it. Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, like, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's.
All I need to see what the ascendancy for the flame witch will be to know what I'm going to play on these starts.
It's not going to be this, I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Yeah. Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get
Light Radius is actually more impactful in PoE2 is the ironic thing.
How the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot.
Like if I remember correctly, Light Radius in this game also determines how far away you get to see the exit of the zone, as an example.
But it's
like it actually has
your own pace, see how you want to go.
More of an impact in PoE2 than PoE1.
That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1. Or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that.
And as for people, they're obviously going to be things that are similar between PoE1 and PoE2, but you also need to remember that the items are different.
I can tell you,
the skill tree is different. The gem system is different. How you link them is different. What you're going for, the skills are different. The support gems, there are more of them.
I am very excited for that.
In many ways, it's a different beast.
Process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I'm like.
You should be able to generally go in the right direction without too much thought, but like you can't min-max it the way we min-max PoE. There is even PoB. Like just the fact that there's no PoB is big for minimizing like the min-max.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're going to get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are going to think, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth
I mean, I don't think those numbers are
even the currency that people settle
on. We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because 1 exalt. Given that exalt is now,
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably
remove will still be.
People don't appreciate, by the way. Like, so when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In PoE2, like we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, like.
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
I think actually
chaos being the new divines.
I actually agree. But
shit!
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025, I think. Really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year that would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that like all of the things, like we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are gonna just be scramble of like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like that's always scary, because it's just when we add content to PoE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gyms work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be
market is driven by craft bench,
like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated.
There is no craft bench in PoE2, I think.
With hundreds of support gyms that can be like that. So that's going to be an
it will happen.
Am I on
It is inevitable, right? Like there's nothing we can even do about it because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 sentences, like actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We know what we want to do with
it's
all
a bit
that
unhinged.
Stuff. It is a bit, but
why is there an echo?
We like a challenge. I mean, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
manage accounts.
This is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of got a lot of the way through. So there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like I really want to get the Druid out. Like we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can.
What is this? Early access? I don't see it.
We'll be able to.
Let me put this here so you guys can actually see the thing.
Obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer, and where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like.
Okay, I saw what you said.
You want to be able to fix that stuff. Like, this is the main
I do not
problem.
have access either.
In a week, sometimes, most of the time, but. We want
but it says 480, so you should definitely have access.
Expansions, updates, whatever can alleviate as many of those problems as possible.
It was 480, so you should definitely have access.
So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want, and what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also key to shaping the game in the future. Like an actual beta, it's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing like
get back into this. People are seeing like actually getting back.
When
into
you go for 400 later support up, you get an extra key
we make something
for early access.
People like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like that really like that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime.
Obviously, what I can see at least
PoE1 it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company.
Yeah, their presentation was really good.
We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's
eventually get 2 extra keys.
Within, certainly in less time than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game,
feedback,
and so it doesn't get tested
perspective.
And you have to lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
Should I even open Reddit?
Honestly, as you said, it is early access.
I don't think you might want to, but
and I'd say, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that. That's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yeah.
Plus, we have other systems in there, like you know, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. You know, these are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, you know, the in-game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And you, especially as you get towards this point of, you know, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people, you know, they've just been around for less time.
It's like, you know, what
and so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback and from the players and us just, you know, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff.
The early access
we'll
one.
Just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer.
I think for the people who have spent that amount,
then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D.
It hasn't updated yet. I think.
So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions. How forgiving, because like the game is
I don't think I've spent enough
hard,
just
yet.
You
know, it can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of like, you know, things are difficult.
Who wants to be bribed by knee removal law?
One way or the other. So, you know, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty.
We can break the Atlas.
I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail.
I don't think we can break the Atlas.
And so we've seen that a lot where
did they say you can?
Willing to change and then rechange and rechange again. Some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like have we even had like
I'd have loved to go get a trick, but like I can't stop listening for a second.
But I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because we're actually looking at what new players were having trouble with.
I'm good. You? Heads up, no promotion. You will get insta banned if you try to promote anything.
One of those things that like people just had trouble with, just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning.
All right, good.
And then even at end game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like, you know, just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all
looking forward to PoE 2
using it in game. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1.
I like in the reveal,
you know, some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful.
No, but it's the logical conclusion of if you can fill map, I need to succeed to progress.
You know, it's like there's that trade-off.
The question is,
so
I guess
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess. Sure.
I mean, it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But you know, so the point is effectively that the charm stuff.
The question is,
I
think it's a case of
decision of like, you know, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, you know, the best out of every character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, you know, people want instant recovery and things like that, but you know, like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice.
So far, so good. Nice.
Way more like life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got.
Do you think you're gonna play it on League Start?
I think it is a lot better personally.
Do I plan on getting PoE 2? Of course.
We'll jump ahead to fast since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
It's easier of the flask piano,
and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything.
Oh, you're changing your mind. That's
but
good.
I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start getting,
I think the devs are very passionate about the game.
The system sort of starts to break with regard to like, you know, the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, you know, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique.
Yeah, there is a unique.
They're very passionate about
but
the game.
It's a build choice that you're making,
and especially when you hear Jonathan talk about PoE and PoE 2.
Yeah, I think the system as it works now just
when he starts, he has to check himself to stop rambling. Basically,
there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
of
not
course,
necessarily.
You
know, passionate guys. I think he's very competent.
Of how it works.
I mean, he
finally
is...
got it right this time. So you know,
he's a game director. I would assume you can assume he's competent, especially when the game's under his commander.
The Leech diagram,
PoE, you know, and PoE 2.
I think that Leech.
Same with Mark Roberts. I mean, Mark Roberts is director for PoE 1, and he's PoE 2.
One of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about giving accuracy, but no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, "Oh, you know, it can give."
Game director is not development; it's management.
Seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic.
I guess it honestly depends by the company, but yeah. You don't. Yeah. I don't think you have to be a developer to be a director.
Speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, like, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. Mm-hmm. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now, I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February. Yep. But I mean, look, it's
late February. Interesting.
Unfortunately, we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February League, and you know, we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project, is that. You know, you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing. Yeah. So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because,
funnily enough,
you know, it's just like all that stuff is then, you know, is like coming up soon. So, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, you know. I just want to always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, you know, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, you know... Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that. You know, period where everything's on fire.
If this league is not Grandois, the lowest player league ever, just to mitigate and plan it before setting it in stone.
Like, oh my God,
the thing about planning is you can't
have to see all the fires.
You can't predict it to 100% accuracy.
Thing is when we're able
that this is going to be happen this way or this is going to happen this way. Things you don't expect will still happen.
Have to worry about.
There'll always be something that just
But it's
Comes
like
out
if
of
you
left
can-
field,
if you
right?
can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because you know no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am
Well,
liking
maybe it is
my
okay.
mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're gonna nerf my build.
Yeah, yeah.
Is this from he's
Stay away
just
from my
finding fires
Grenada.
already?
Yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just
Why is
internally.
it
it's
number
like,
calling me?
What are we
Give
doing?
me a
It
second.
can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh, geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Indie belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 2 league launch, PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you know you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both teams.
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1. Like, you know, there's a lot more kind of, I guess, like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also can kind of like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that like I think a lot of people who got through the PoE 1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
Guilty.
One thing I will say, though, is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that, like, when you're playing a second time, that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
Yeah, we were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's
exactly.
hands.
So yeah, I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying. Like, because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, you know, like that can be cool. But then if you're like you're playing through the, you know, second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, you know, because ultimately, you know, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that you know, there's like all those sort of touch points and you know, little you know, things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, you know, without having to talk to someone about it first. So you know, that kind of stuff is really important, just to make the, you know, that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
yes,
encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're
yeah,
allowed to cheat. There's quests.
Effectively, yeah.
You
So
know
effectively,
what
there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows is needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
Yeah, like if you know you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just like kill it, log out,
Yeah.
log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah.
So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So
here
effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, you know, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to, were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, you know, in the world. And effectively, you know, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, you know, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, you know, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so you went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was...
An orphan who...
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised. And so, yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background. And I was like...
It works? You were wrong?
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in. But that just, like... points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that the ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So, like with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like, you know, what is the history of these people? Like, you know, because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that just there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you. And it's like, And so there's interesting things like that. And it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into, just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world, they didn't just come into existence the moment that you...
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore or find. Awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards.
Okay, I'm back.
And
unexpected, but I'm back.
We showed it in a trailer.
What did I miss?
The Ranger class trailer we did.
You
saw the Ranger shoot some of them, kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child. And the child was just trying to get some food.
This morning?
And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little
Is it like
dots,
lore?
and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it only
I'm going to need to
says the
rewatch
name
this
at the
entire
top now. It
Q&A.
has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit
of history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro,
I guess how they present lore
delivery
in
mechanisms
QE2.
like make you feel way more immersed in the world and
By the
way
way, French,
more
are you still
aware
here?
of what's going on and way
Or
more
did you
connected
dip?
to your character.
Like,
Way more
I can see you
connected
said
to the
you're
bosses,
out.
to the NPCs. It's there's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like
it's
that
awesome.
a lot because like as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well,
yeah.
which is great.
There's
Well,
tons. There's
the baddies being cool. I mean, that's that's
I'm
how we
watching you
almost
cook.
designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely come on, we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the, there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable as opposed, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic, and
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes into
absolutely.
you.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah,
it's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool. Which is it's already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like,
for sure, because
I'm still not sure I saw a necromancer, and that is a problem. Like there was no necromancer, but I'm keeping my faith out that the fire ascendancy for the witch can work. It has good synergy with minions,
so
but
eventually,
I kind of
ascendancy
doubt.
is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct, that another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively, in the full game, there's
And
going to
has
be
anyone
3 ascendancy
updated?
trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire just only the Trial of the Chaos God
to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through.
PoE2 is being sluggish right now.
Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like, it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're clearly leaning into that now. You have, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trials, with the ascendancies. So and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there. For example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously, a Mariketh, like a Mariketh trial now, and, we've changed a lot of things about it have changed, and like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. Anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
And that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
absolutely,
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively,
So. How, on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times? And what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. The trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yep.
So pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry. You can't. But, the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend? Like that.
Right.
Yeah. So
it is pretty hard, though. Like, it'll take... I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did. I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss fight.
You came by right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some like kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But that was part of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. How is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE2 design.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time.
I'm not the
but
biggest
I
fan
do
of
quite like
Sanctum
the trial
personally,
second,
but we'll
knowing that
see.
there's other choices.
It's a
like
one. It's
the
a
Ultimate instead or something like that.
maybe a 4-time
So you
thing
got
if
these-
it's
you got
like
these like two
still
roguelike
the same as
dungeons that are
PoE1.
going into the beta
So, like,
launch, but they've
it's
done,
not the
done
end of
very
the world.
differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I
It's
noted as quite
And your defenses
interesting.
now. It can be
And your
fully
defenses-
mitigated and
yeah,
everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with also
imagine being so tacky, your honor is protected.
yes,
So that's the
no
thing
traps
that
and ultimatum, and
Like
no
just-
honor system ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah,
combat
correct. You can do
experience,
ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
is a secret for
Yeah,
now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the crew are in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the crew ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called
So
trials
Karui, eh?
associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class with 4, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend and ultimatum. We want the trial master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back.
So the trial master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good.
So the trial master is the new Izaro, pretty much.
Power, it seems.
I hope they still keep some of those like lines that Izaro had because they are iconic in PoE1.
Like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already.
Secret.
I know what I'm not going to say it, don't worry.
Keep some secrets. Fine then.
Fine, keep your secrets.
Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly, if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So yeah.
The
So one of
downsides
things
are a
we
lot
wanted to change
less
is that
punishing.
Implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there.
Yeah.
And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus 1 socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items, whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously
And they
being able to get,
announced
plus
blights.
one socket, I mean, it's something that everyone will want, but on the other hand there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble.
So I guess
you have,
Blight is not going
as
to
your
be there
final
on
practice
launch.
step there.
It's they are Val orbs are more forgiving though. Like,
They are,
yeah.
But, like if you think about we talked about enchantment. Yeah, so some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards the end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved.
Yeah.
And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. And I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got like, it's just, life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res. And now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet. And I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, you know? Whereas before, it's like if it bricked it, it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead, so.
And then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But no,
he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied, but it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life counts heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life counts heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Calm's heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being? Or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to
can you anoint every single piece of gear, or is it just amulets? Because you only showed amulets.
Effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
We'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah,
it's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly try to get. What
I just realized there's actually a campfire here.
Try to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just like. If you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist, and you can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill. And the gladiator. And the problem is like, okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. They all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy, and you got the mercenary and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like, mutate yourself, It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome. And we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there. And then one thing that's, more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope, for example, the Deadeye to the Ranger. And, but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics. And we've tried to make them, like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that you might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right?
Yeah.
Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it out there, who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff, and you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now opens up the world to what you can do.
It's really interesting.
Like
I haven't had that
Gemling
before.
Legionnaire on the
I was actually going to try Sri
is
Lankan
entirely just about gem slot skills, support, etc. There's no.
I think
you don't
there's
have to
a
be anything.
place
You can
near
be
me
literally
that
whatever build you
does,
want. And yeah, so that's embracing that and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of Exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And
I know what I'll come up with.
Go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go.
Minions and necromancer right now,
and with so many of the ascendancies as well, got a lot of choices. Originally, the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point; it's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards. But is it all just being?
I think it's more
redone at this point.
At this point, At this point, they'll just be different, right? Like originally, way back when, we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
Yeah. I mean, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know, like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work. It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. So, well, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it can, obviously things don't work quite the same, but then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden if
I
you did
actually do wonder
that,
if Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly.
About like stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got.
Do we have any idea how often they'll be releasing new shit?
So and
we don't right?
Class finished in terms of the skills you need. Like, it sort of seems very easy when you come up with, okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend people to
Let me see.
do. Then you need things
this
like
is part of Exile.
passive tree support for all of them. You need to have,
this was actually the channel I was looking for.
The stuff with the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of for the
this cinematic was dope.
It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make.
I guess it's when they're done with this live stream that they upload the rest.
Was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes. Just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these
so many keys are in chat,
which are having immense benefits as well.
Should I try?
Yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect.
I plan on getting the pack,
as much as you can't play them on day 0. Some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps
Well, I think it's by release, right? Not
well, when you click that old gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find Flame Wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh well, why can't I use a sword? On the other hand,
you absolutely
that's actually a very cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the you know, actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, you know, that's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. I was
See,
like,
that who did they have?
Gas grenades.
I want that.
Explosive grenades, but then I was throwing it at a boss.
I wonder if that's the one that's coming with the
instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so
I assume it is with the supporter packs, right?
My friends doing
burning
ground. Then
I'll have to see the bug.
Flame Wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Yeah, like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like, and Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. You know, I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. You know, it's like you know, you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. You know, so you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where but you know, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like. You know, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting 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 ting.
Then you
ting,
have
ting,
armor
ting.
explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have some other thing, and you have some other guy
yeah.
consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
Just you can do a lot with that.
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, you know, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and.
Yeah,
and Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean that's historically accurate.
Yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, Frostwalls, and all that. It returns. It sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. Play with other people.
Just 2 weeks till this game is out.
Testing in there as well, because not a lot of others
do it.
Just
2 weeks.
That's really good.
And then try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing it's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer, and I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that you know, something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but you know, something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like
builds.
you get a situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then. You know,
like, you're supposed to be making games.
Exactly.
I legitimately had a Monday meeting, and you know,
they build Boogeyman.
Whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? You know, and those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like, you know, oh, I have to find the big, this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last like month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But you know, it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, you know, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist, because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and like you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, like, you know, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even like. There needs to be, in order to have choice, you can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of like, you know, where do I put my model projectiles? Where do I put my PS? Where do I put, like, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And, you know, like, I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you know, you can only have one support per character thing, because
it was definitely something that I didn't
about as a player without actually
I
playing
didn't
it.
like.
Your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction.
I want to see
and it is
how it ends
in
up
some
playing.
sense, right? There's no like, we can't justify it thematically, really. It's just it just is what it is. And so that I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because if I'm gonna, I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that like it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to, like, if you end up in a situation where you like, I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that, because it results in this outcome. But like, that's a kind of more subtle argument that like you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice, because you no longer have like mandatory, like here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's like there's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having like all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Like every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does like interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And that
maybe you only use that occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know? But it's like, you know, it's like that kind of
How
stuff
do
I
you
really
know
want to be
things that
viable.
have heavy armor? Is there like
stuff I think just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the Mercenary, is like this like prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. Like you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch. Exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But yeah, look, we might decide to bring that theme back, and in a reward system later.
Yeah, I
something
think
like that.
for Val skills especially.
Oh no! What is going on here?
It's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure. But I think the Transfigured
Is
thing
that
is also
me?
interesting. Like, if you're looking to be able to, like, the reason why Transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make, still adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like, we absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but what I will say is that we initially, I think when we announced like what the full game would have, we said 240. I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. And I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than that.
Yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
100 of them or whatever are like some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
that's
many
what.
major skills.
Yeah, you got what like
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. So you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like
all staffs, wands, and
there's
have a skill
exactly.
baked
Right? We're
in.
not even counting that, right? Like because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
Yeah. I mean.
Like if you add them all up,
there's a lot of skills. Is the TLDR?
No one's counted recently, but there's a bunch.
Countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
It's
true.
tons.
Yeah,
it's tons.
Yeah. And those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep, you can support default attack, and you can support.
I remember Scrunchy had that as a question, so yes, you can link them. You just confirmed it.
Yep, it's So you're going to end up with quite a lot going on.
Not Scrunchy, I'm French rather.
I was surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because
accuracy for Herald of Ice.
Those, things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend. So like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really difficult.
I like that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually means it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah, that's going to make people actually want to use it now.
So you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the 2 trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics,
like relics.
In the Sanctum sequel, and then for the
Trials of Chaos,
Sanctum
you have,
sequel, the
Ultimatum sequel as well.
Ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the trial master. Then you
alleged.
Yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and, as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. Like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame
exactly,
too.
exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I
endgames.
wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of. I don't know. We actually need a name for what are we calling the things that are icons on the
because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
It doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just refer to them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we need to come up with a name
we probably have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. That one's going to be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
Of course he is.
Fun. That's the fun stuff. Because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through. It's not.
I don't trust Neon when he starts cooking.
You can just kill them.
It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder, and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So I
hope you get to choose the difficulty on in Last Epoch, and it's not character bound.
And progression through them is also by doing.
Oh my god, is this me or is this
we really
them?
want to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE 1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them and you can either do just all on one for a while, or you can just do each of them as you come to them and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way,
I'm gonna have to rewatch this entire stream
you can make
to come up with a video
in your league
on my TLDR and my opinion on it. I think
for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree. I would say very much so to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing, engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively, you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to,
Someone has played it beta on the streaming PC, lol.
That kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. That's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in PoE 1 a lot of the time, where it's you had to fuel it by going back to maps to,
right.
Get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of but effectively, as long as you're doing the content that you that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Those hard, then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily. Now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what does I saw on the breach nodes? It said increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, they'll increase like the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling.
Why is it lagging?
Arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally, so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is like, let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0, then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
Right? But it does affect. Yeah, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so, when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, like a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE1. So a unique item that is ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty so you can be getting these like farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide, like, I've got these points, but I'm not, I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think is...
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later and I'll just farm it at this
What did I miss?
I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale that in the past. And the nice thing is, of course,
need to watch this queue and it would be... I keep getting called to interrupt.
To make that more difficult without necessarily having to, because we could have been like, oh, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually like specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers, with more specific changes.
Yeah, this like multiple projectile thing you shoot has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So just whatever we feel works best.
Neon's kind of mods. Mark,
seems like it's a lot more for players to kind of discover, experiment.
He's gonna be cooking, and we're gonna hate some of the difficulties.
They're getting harder, and that. It's going to be different for different players too. Where
it looks like the connection issues have also fixed.
More so
potentially.
And I need to pee. That's an interesting question as well. I think where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct end game pieces of content at being like completable by the same build or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain.
So this is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently. Is like the harder you make, the harder.
Bruh, no. It stopped!
Hardest content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players because effectively, like, a build's only viable if it can defeat, like, the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like, that will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really, like, I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is.
Yeah.
Like, we have the ability, I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but, I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here because what we'll see is like, if we find that like, there's only like some particularly abusive, like only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, that we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that because we don't have the crazy history. PoE2 does not have the history of PoE1 to be able to, to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. Like, how do we even know that at this point, really, without,
That being said, though, like, the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like, at the end of the day, the gear is to some degree necessary because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time, you know, so you do have that thing and you do need to mitigate certain things, but like a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure, but I would say it is very much, a lot of skill is involved.
I don't think you can get your character to the point where you don't need any skill.
Especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling, like I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, you know, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
Or another skill.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like that.
Using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Expedition.
So this very cute atlas, this infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the same for all your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously a league that I was particularly a fan of. I'm just a really what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the Atlas, and it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE 1, with that feeling of kind of, you know, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Like completion.
So that's the feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, you know, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had where, one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. You know, like I guess in PoE 1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE 1 does, then effectively that's the only map people, like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever. So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole, like, I get to play the content.
So if I just want to run Strand because of its layout, how do I do it?
That we've got in PoE 2, we get to kind of have the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You know, you feel like you're exploring, but because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to, you know, move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content, you know, can be added to it. And you can do things if you like the, you know, particular maps, you know, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So you know, like you've both got control.
So again, what happens if I just like a layout? I like Strand.
Kind of make more
can I just stay in Strand?
More very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah,
I'm joking, but like
for example,
I actually do want
variables where you just have there are like 4 towers. Really, you got a good tower cluster. And you've got really good maps in that range. So, like, you know, there are maps. So, in Path of Exile 1, for example, you know, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say, 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, you know, much more drastic range. Now, those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, you know, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you'll all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like
It is possible for there on one map to be many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean that's important, right? I mean, like that's part
What
of
is
the
PoE without
PoE
juicing?
experience. But, yeah, for 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player though over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well.
Yeah.
Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yes, you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see.
Into the fog of war. The fog kind of in 3D the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be by the end of someone's league quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things. Like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map run, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special, more iconic things you find. But we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impacts does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
now you're hunting, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure. As opposed
what
to
do unique maps look like?
I've just got a key.
Okay, I think I remember one.
Good modifiers.
That was just an edge of the map or something.
Choice. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. Like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little weird.
So we wanted to start with to actually like at least, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're
on the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, how many moons are we? Don't. Anyway, there's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming.
Delve but up.
So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. There'll be like a marker just so you know.
I was worried
but
about that.
Honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that if you generally speaking you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one those have good drops and effectively the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around. And
that's good that it's something to point out as well.
You're cleansing corruption from the world. You're bringing order back. Stuff like that. So. You even get the thing on the map where you're like,
imagine how big, like how explored the map would be for someone who has played like a 3-month league in PoE2.
You know, so you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And
you're cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, yeah, this is fun. I'm like, you know.
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
it'd be annoying.
Like it actually is like, you know, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. You know, like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play is one, because you know obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring
you
around.
can chain
you're picking your
boss.
pathing and your path.
Yeah, exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial.
I like that
you get
idea.
a lot of drops. So that actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, no, right. You mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I wasn't looking?
Not yet.
Josh was like, wait, no, wait, stop. It's too much.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind.
Yeah,
so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can.
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That a lot of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that all can work together and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has a you effectively
Let's
get a
try
quest,
to get this one now.
and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and
what are people generally saying though? That's what I came here to say.
At least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
Or a simulator.
It's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you
pack
start getting points.
Pack size.
The third one.
Quant rarity. Empyrean. MP. Lol.
Complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses get generated.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot of progression.
I'm getting from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, like they can have you can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
Like similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't
dropped
have a
some
boss,
frames at some point.
It's just we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 in 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strong boxes and essences and things like that.
So initially, we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. On the Atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time.
I hope there's a way to focus essences, because I really want to be able to farm essences. After seeing that,
tree,
yeah,
so you can
I would want to mess around with that
if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
That's
and
ritual.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah, cool. Yep.
Lots of different
interviews rounding up. Sounds like
same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that as well.
Oh wait, I can finally double click Twitch.
We definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the PoE one connection.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make because you need to make tons of encounters and doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything you other than that.
Betrayal.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion, Legion had all those 5 civilizations.
Where is
We've
Legion?
now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better, consistent direction on what's going on there. Heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got, Incursion. We've got, awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah, we're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Look,
standing and then
mistakes
the
were made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where you had super uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them as opposed to just like, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, You can just get way more epic and way more, involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them.
Oh,
that'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got we've stuff coming along. It's just a question of like when we actually get there,
committed.
What's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE 1.
Yeah.
That you like the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way, like, removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like, I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
You can craft relics, which
yes,
were
and the reason
uncraftable.
why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more item types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item as well.
Exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You are still reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got annulls and you've got
that does
but that stuff is
remove.
higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game thing.
It's not
Yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's stuff to do there, and like like the meta crafting that.
I wonder how unknown it works because it's definitely not
like there's some
just
remove there, but once again, we
a
introduce that
mod.
stuff later on, and so effectively we want to I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels, like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff, while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the staff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say honestly in the last month, we have like over like 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, and there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff because, again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt. That process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and and you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare, so that I could then put my exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they are farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. We want to make sure that, like, if you don't have enough of those, like, so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep, like, I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for Regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
I surprised them with my my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easier to get, and that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas.
I'm gonna need to pee
people
soon.
were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like issues that come.
There's so much I need to process out of this stream.
Solved bench crafting.
Exactly. So we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. And then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb. Like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it. I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving 2 things kind of in its way, which was maybe even 3. gear customization for one. Like you take an item and you can do something more to it. Firstly, and then you've got the problem fixing of like, oh, I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts.
Yeah.
So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first two things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization,
it's
the sorry, what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, yes, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. There's stuff you can do there. That is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start.
So if I just put like prefix and then live, it's like okay, you're gonna get live.
More things, you know. So
So I was worried that some of the changes you're making might move us away from some of the like deep, impactful crafting that we have. But it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item.
For sure.
But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely. And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the dead ends.
Yeah, effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like as far as item drops go, that like it feels intentional, right? Like I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. Like that kind of thing is really cool. So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just it means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. That's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE 1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE 1 player sees like looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We
kind
have
of quantity
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like are the items actually good? Like ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. Like that is to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting at that point.
I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways. Where like a player is struggling,
the more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well. If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop and. And you will definitely find more things. And
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
exactly.
and certain like that. This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again. And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that.
You have clearly not met me.
So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find.
You clearly haven't met me.
Important part of that. So
I spent 4+ hours on the same boss just trying to kill it.
People to get this working.
So I'm just saying, like,
I'm just saying, sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful
flying away
much more easily because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
Yeah, there's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
Or like there's lots of little hard-coded drops. They only hard-coded drops. They only drop one time, so you can't just farm them in.
So
if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there. And I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit. But also, yeah, just being aware of like, oh, cool.
Interesting,
There's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find. And I think we figured out that like that some of that stuff reveals after you like find the waypoint in a zone.
I think
for
that's
example.
how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But yeah, there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends. Like a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But like you never get to an area and don't see some unless they are like very obviously hidden intentional secrets.
Yeah,
that
there's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes,
be.
I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently. We got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Yeah, definitely for us as well.
Yeah,
like,
okay.
Solved a lot. Like we're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
Was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all
Literally
the anger
my
and
favorite.
friction for me was
yes,
especially bulk trading. It was
Incredible.
horrible, and I
So
was just
good.
like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like were more engaged in endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we were just less aggravated at that moment to moment.
Like all those times I go unlucky with Awakening Orbs, I could just go and send my currency down the drain some more and get more.
For it going into Path of Exile 2,
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and like how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exalted?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE 2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause like horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea. You just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago, we're like, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah. The paths we weave. So, how likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like. The currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that like fixed a lot of the, like it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't, but I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying trains.
Yeah, they were for sure. They were.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. So we've had some so this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a tricky question, but I mean, I think that really
the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that, like, you know, look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to accelerates you very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And like, we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
like,
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that, like, it is a game about economy and trade.
100%.
And
So,
for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean, that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like, I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE 1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what, you know, that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because, again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one, and then by end game, like, we don't have Kirak mods costing, you know, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm
know where
gonna
to get
it
them as well,
right? So you're not just like having to. I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines. And
So
I
does
can't
this
get
mean
that
in
because
the
I'm
end
solo
game,
self-found and farming divines?
aside of from tablets, you can basically spec into every league mechanic.
There's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But, you know, each to their own, that to be seen, and, you know.
And there'll be a separate solo self-found mode, presumably, even potentially beta launch or in the future?
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo self-found.
We'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like, once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, you know, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually,
actually,
hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back to solo.
You back to solo? Okay, great. Good. That's good. Good to know. It's like you have
to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
But you're just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like, go.
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. Yeah, I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything. And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules
now
that we have, because I know you've changed them recently.
So, well, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls, things like obviously more life. And I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than in players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
from what I saw, it's pretty hard to pull off
not having a
you,
fun time.
Get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived. Between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important, because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore, because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets, so like you're back to normal
now,
again.
Now, in end-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going to ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals, so you can have your party members, but death.
And you can leave and come back as long as you don't die. So you can take items out, but a death will end that map for you.
Yeah. And to remind people, the if you
like, so going in and out doesn't take away portals.
Then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example, you might have rage quit. You will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, oh, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad honestly, in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls.
Casuals play different game if you're forgetting waypoints because like.
Right.
Just because of that, I intentionally make sure I get every single waypoint.
So effectively, like that's nice to just have the saved checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving? Well, obviously in hardcore, you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there, where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here, where it's like, okay, like. The moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Yeah. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing. And so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire or if the server crashes or something that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Yep. Now, it is worth noting in multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, you don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance. Cool. You don't have to die to do it, and you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool, excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have like given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand.
Assuming Gaz is still watching it,
click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time when every time I go to sit down,
because I still need to go through everything and
WSD
figure out stuff.
Easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back and click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change it back.
Wonder why that is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
he's a click to move player.
He's 100% click to move. He is very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it, like,
that'll be reassuring for I think some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD, even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts. That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations for your live things too, so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually. I tell him to...
It does feel very good on the Mercenary. That kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational tactical play style. It's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
feeling
it's a while. We're getting
creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. we've been rolling.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not at first, no.
We will
But
do it later, though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially,
Yeah.
but we will do it later for sure.
Cool. Yeah.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like, it won't take that long before we get to it. Like,
what up,
I can't
Lunar
exactly
Moon? Welcome,
remember either,
welcome.
but yeah,
How
it
you
wouldn't be-
doing?
Private leagues in particular wouldn't be far away.
Yeah.
Been a while.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they? They've been kind of replaced by those
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels.
Oh,
accomplish the
Albion.
kind of
I haven't
off-build
played
thing
that
anyway.
game in
Hardly need to add the
how many
extra
years
passive
at
trees
this
on your
point?
passive
4
trees.
years,
Yes,
give
we
or
do-
take.
yeah,
That's after launch.
How
we
is
made
the game?
Passive tree
Are you liking it?
implicitly bigger, so
I assume it's a
jewels are
game
in
you've
the
been
tree
playing for
already.
a
Again, I
while.
talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
Yeah. We got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we
Still really
start,
good.
Worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Yeah, it's a game I
start
think
thinking-
about here and there. I
thinking
think maybe I'd want to, but I also remember it was quite the grind.
So
I was like,
I guess to just finish this off.
unless
for
I
today,
know I
then,
really
do you
want
guys
to
have a
get into like the
recommendation
whole
of
grind,
What is the best class
I'll
to play in the beta?
just keep my distance, you know.
Honestly,
Basically.
like,
There's so many choices now.
There are. So let me. Well, okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break it down from the beta.
this is good technical
information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the
I
most
haven't
often.
logged on it
It's
forever.
also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction
That's
level by a very, very
fascinating.
tiny margin that compares the others.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it is like glass cannon, you know, like it's very fast, but you have to,
Yeah.
you have to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk playing
Did
it.
you-
It looks like
did
it's a
you-
little better.
Yeah,
Were
it's
you
interesting.
watching the
But, I think if you're a new
PoE2
player,
reveal?
then the mercenary, if you're like used to
The
shooters and
actual,
stuff,
like,
I think playing the mercenary could be a
reveal
good
video.
win. Like, I really love that class. It's
I don't
really
know.
cool.
I've been loving the mercenary. But
What
to
did you
me, it
think?
feels like
I was
you need to
so
really be
freaking hyped
considering each
personally.
engagement a lot more. It's a bit more
Maybe.
tactical.
Maybe, I
and
don't know. Like,
I had
I
one
like it. I
little
haven't-
if
I
where
really
it's
like
like
it.
I don't.
If you,
But,
I don't know
honestly,
if
like,
I saw an ascendancy that
I go through
minions would
favorite classes
fit
all the time
in
whenever I
yet.
change to play
So I want to
a
go
class
back and
that becomes my
really
favorite.
see what.
So you know,
Yes.
just whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So yeah,
I want to go back and see what those which ascendancies do. Especially the fire one. I think the fire one might have had something that I just glossed
talking about
over.
numbers as well. It was interesting that monk and then warrior had the highest
Yes,
satisfaction levels.
Warrior's
and I was
next,
like,
by the way, technically, if you're looking for.
that's pretty good. That's
Yeah.
2 melee classes.
Exactly.
I had some people playing Albion trash talking
Yeah,
that.
that's something
Yo,
going on. I
if
mean,
they're trash talking, it's like
It's such a change from.
I don't know
especially
what's there to trash talk to even begin with. Unless you're not a PoE player or you just don't like ARPGs or something like. Like, unless those are like, and in which case,
I feel like she's not gonna be getting.
even then
I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely.
it's a game that I think you would have to play,
Alright. So
and you would most likely like it.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer.
And there's just going to be very, very small niche of people that wouldn't.
I liked that.
And most people who would be trash talking it would probably not even fall into the niche of people that wouldn't like PoE2.
Yeah, very cool.
It's the ironic part.
Yeah, some sort of monk trigger build. Obviously, it's always just going to be fun to
Yeah,
play
they
around
have so many
with
of those like stacking effects, the wind
Yeah.
and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well. Oof.
Just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very
This
much.
is
for
Vosh.
your time, both of
Yeah.
you. For, I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up
Yes.
to 1 o'clock here, so
There's still,
you know,
there's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
For sure. Well, thankfully we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that's
So
actually
good.
had a
Patch notes
conversation.
when.
There's no pressure on us to like wrap
you know,
it up,
yeah,
boys.
exactly. You know, that's good.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much
No,
for watching, everybody.
this was a good stream.
That's a good day.
They want patch notes now.
Oh, patch notes.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Thank you.
It's a launch.
Exactly,
You can't have patch
exactly.
Where's the launch notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, and thank you very much.
Thanks
Great.
heaps. Appreciate it. It's
Nah,
been an epic journey.
this
Kind
was
of
a
surreal.
good one.
And,
Hopefully the
it's only
video is
start of
up.
another journey, really. So
That's it.
yeah.
There we go.
Cool.
I mean, I'm gonna
There
go
we
play
fucking go.
Yeah.
What up, Arcane?
I got to go fix bosses going up elevators and.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just pre-bug testing. So.
I want to play normal PoE to warm up. I probably might play PoE before to warm up as well. I know I played a good chunk of PoE, so I'm not too bothered. But what I do want to do is I want to go over the witch specifically. Oh, good, classes. No, ascendancy. That's what I'm actually looking for. Ascension. This is the witch. This is the sorceress, rather, the time sorceress. Then we have the witch here. Yeah, so this is what I wanted to say. Yeah, I'm gonna be league starting witch 100%.
Infernalist.
First and foremost, the Infernal Heart is already a reason to play the fire. You just have one extra minion that you can support with gems. Like, of course, I want that. So like, the fire is gonna be, it's probably the ascendancy for minion users. But I want to take my time to go to unpack this.
As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion.
The Hellhound is kind of reminiscent of the Sentinel of Radiance from PoE. Did you notice? Where he takes 20% of damage from hits.
20%.
Yeah.
I didn't understand.
And I think, of course, he's fire based. I don't think he has the aura or anything. It seems like the split witch PoE 1. Yeah, the Hellhound is pretty cool.
The Hellhound sets enemies on fire.
Yeah, he sets enemies on fire as well. I mean, Sentinel of Radiance also burns enemies, but like that one makes them just take damage in an aura. This one, I think, has to attack.
As well as taking a percentage of the damage of the Infernalist.
No, actually, he's just igniting enemies he's walking past. Because look.
Hellhounds.
Oh, by the way, I can probably close this now. GG. GGG. You made a good game. In theory. Now we just need to play it. But like, watch the Hellhound. These enemies weren't hits, but they're all going to be ignited. Watch his path.
As well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit.
He's just igniting them. Maximum mana is replaced by Infernal Flame. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana. Take maximum life and ES as fire damage when this reaches maximum. So fire res is big there. Lose all Infernal Flame on reaching maximum flame. 10% of Infernal Flame lost per second if none was gained in the past 2 seconds.
With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage.
I mean, this just means you don't have to deal with mana, which is beautiful, by the way. Having Pyromantic Pact to make sure you don't have to deal with mana, it's kind of nice. So the witch already solves mana by being a witch. Let's just start there. So that's cool. But I don't see any upside aside solving mana for. Oh wait, there is. Now remember, he said there was a node that when you are above a certain amount of when you're below a certain amount of flame, you would do less damage or something, or you do more damage past a certain point. So you have this mini game where you're trying to keep your flame as much as possible above, like, was it 30%? Above low flame or low mana, or whatever it was, if I remember correctly. Let's see.
Of flame, you'll want to make sure
that's the one. While not on low Infernal Flame, all damage you and your minions contribute to Ignite's chance and magnitude. So Ignite minion builds incoming, basically.
You keep the flames topped up. While you're in...
Oh, and your minions part makes me think this is definitely the minion ascendancy for the early access. I think there'll be a more dark, more chaos witch ascendancy, but I think that's also going to be coming later on. You want to be tanky though. Yeah, like this, the fire damage you would take is fire damage, right? So fire resistance would, fire res would reduce the damage, and of course it's based on your max type, but it's kind of like how RF plays currently. So you just build fire resistance, you make sure you have that, you have early, like the fire resistance needed, maybe cap before you take the nodes, and you do that.
Infernal Flame is about 30%.
I also noticed that this witch doesn't have a mana flask, so I wonder if we can do anything with that mana flask slot, since she obviously doesn't need it, right? That is a question that I'm going to have to. That is something that I'm very curious about.
All damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also
Oh, and this is the one. I think this is the ascendancy that can transform. By the way, so we now have shape shifting.
You and your minions will ignite enemies.
Where she turns to a demon.
She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
He did say for mana, he only said mana flask. Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is she probably can have a mana flask, but the current PoE 2 has the flask system where you have 1 life, 1 mana flask, and then you have 3, what did they call those things, runes? Or something that would activate on certain conditions, like when you get frozen, it makes you immune to freeze, as an example, or same for like ignite, stun, stuff like that. And then you recharge it by killing monsters. So I'm wondering if, since this ascendancy doesn't need mana, maybe you can use the mana flask slot for something else. You know, have an advantage. Maybe 2 life flasks instead. Exactly, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Or maybe even if it's not 2 health flasks, maybe there would be a non-mana flask you can use as well. Or I mean, because it's not every ascendancy that would have to worry about mana, or maybe even deal with mana. You know, maybe the druid doesn't use mana when they start shape shifting and stuff like that. We don't know yet.
So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
Yeah, but I doubt they would want to add stuff like Quicksilver. Maybe there'd be something that would give you like a temporary buff, or like Quicksilver, something like Quicksilver, but not really Quicksilver. But if I had to say, it would be, if I honestly had to say what they were probably thinking, they would probably think you'd still use mana flask and you just use that when you're on low flame, and that would take you up to where you want to be for the extra damage. That's probably what's more likely to be what they do, just so you still have that reactive gameplay that they're going for, pretty much.
She can also become a blood mage, a master of.
That's all they said about the ascendancy? I knew I wasn't bugging when I was like, I don't know what this ascendancy does. He only told us 3 nodes. There's like, they said this. We don't know this. We don't know this. We don't know this. We don't know this even. We don't know this. But honestly, wait. This kind of looks like Shaper of Flames, or is it me? It looks like
Shaper of Storms, right?
Yeah, but that's for sorcerer. This is witch. This one kind like, if you look at the video, look at my screen. I don't know if let me stream on Discord.
Yeah, I see your stream. I have your stream up.
It's like these all have the same animation, but like the side thing is different, which makes me believe it's for different elements. So maybe this is obviously this. What is the name of the ascendancy again? Infernal something, I think. What VC am I in? Oh, I'm in VC with Arcane in his Discord. It's just me and Arcane, basically. What is the name of this thing?
Quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood.
Infernalist. So I'm thinking, and I could be wrong, but this could easily be a situation where it's like, oh, lightning damage can ignite, or X damage. I mean, it can't be as simple as lightning damage can ignite, right? It would be maybe ignite. Maybe it changes how ignites function, or maybe makes it so some damage types can do both the base and ignites. Like lightning would shock. It could shock. It could electrocute, and it can ignite, because this obviously has synergy with your minions, so I would assume there's some synergy with minions here and there. And demon form, I would hope that there'd be some synergy with minions as well, to where maybe when you transform, your minions also transform, or they spend your life to do more damage or something. I know the second ascendancy didn't have any synergy with minions, that I can say that much. The blood
Infernal Flame is above 30%. All damage.
The Blood Witch had nothing.
Will ignite. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on
But she doesn't have minions. Wait, she does. She has skeletons.
Which increase rapidly as well.
Hmm.
So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of.
But she doesn't have many. She doesn't have many.
She can also become a blood mage.
This one also has
life and energy.
skellies.
All blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life. She can gain large amounts.
So this area is where is the one that had the life? So it's you. So they ignored this.
Quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power.
So Crimson Power is this ES from equip body armor as extra life. Okay, cool. Which means you would still want to go ES, but I assume this has some synergy with this. You know, it's blood. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this would also have synergies with minions. It might not be a case of we don't have any ascendancy for minions. It might be a case of we just don't know what we can synergize with minions, because like they're going to talk about this. They're not going to talk about anything that has minions in it, which was kind of what I was disappointed about. But looking at this, they didn't go over every single node. The circle she puts down, yeah, those are curses, I think. Or which ones? Let me see. Oh, these circles, right? Let me see what they are.
She can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well.
This one is this one, where spell damage leeches life. So we don't know what this wheel does. We don't know what this does, and we don't know what this does. But I would wager this affects minions. Let me see if I can actually. I see.
Blood Mage, kind of like Vladimir from League of Legends.
Yes. Yes, she is.
League of Legends references now. What am I?
Exactly. I was going to ask, where did you see that? Who did you see that from?
I've just been looking up a lot of League of Legends champs to see what's interesting to me.
Don't they look like the cursed PoE 1? I think they are curses because we've actually seen what curses look like in PoE 2 when they revealed the witch. PoE 2 witch reveal. They showed what curses look like in. I think this short one has it. I'll try to point it out when I see it. Basically, I think when she gets to the top of the stairs, you see a circle on the ground. That is a curse. This is a curse. This is what curses look like in PoE. Though this one is the skill that turns corpses into power charges, but that is how curses, you activate them, and after a delay, it pops out in a small circle, and it's a much smaller circle than PoE 1's curses. Yeah, so the curse. So what this one was doing was like almost a greenish version of that.
And with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical.
Oh, they did talk about more. 1% increase CS critical damage bonus per 20 life, so you can go life stacking and do big damage as a blood mage. Yeah, I don't think this one has much minion synergy, because even this one doesn't have and this would obviously be another very, very synergistic life thing. Or it's like maybe some of your bonuses that you get from life also affects some minions. That could be a way they do it. But this wheel, we definitely don't go this wheel. It doesn't look like it. We don't know what this does. We don't know what this does. So maybe.
Hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune.
Yeah, they didn't talk about too much in the ascendancy. But overall, going through this video, there was so much to unpack from today. So much. So start from the top. I do need to pee, so I'll be right back. Then I'll talk about like my first impressions and potentially try to piece together, at least in my mind, what that video is going to look like, because I plan on making a video on this to maybe release by tomorrow or something. So we'll see. And it's BRB. Okay, I'm back. Well, I haven't put on my headphones yet. Now I'm back. So, starting now, can I just say I'm very appreciative of the fact that GGG made a cinematic. They never do that. So just this opening cinematic. I'm actually going to rewatch it now.
Sir, just what?
Then we're going to talk about... We're going to skim through a bit of it. In the sense of, I'll talk about the different portions. Maybe some of the league mechanics they mentioned and what I generally think about that. My friend who I haven't played with in 4 months just DM'd me. In PO, is it PoE? Did you log on?
What are we facing here?
Oh. You know, I've never played Terraria. Heard a lot about it. Never played it.
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance.
Let me see how much there is to unpack here.
You hear the whispers? Call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
If you hear the whispers.
Sullen!
I actually really like her stuff. I think is it a scepter? I assume it's a scepter.
Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain!
Instant deaths.
On my back! Blade up!
Come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not.
I feel like this is a cinematic I'm going to watch quite a few times. By the time I'm done, by the time PoE 2 comes out.
Run.
But yeah, I look forward to seeing what Talkative Try has to say about it, because I'm sure there's stuff I'm missing completely. But one thing I can't say, the hooded one just sounds like Innocence, and there was speculation that he was Innocence or Sin from PoE 1, especially with the fact that he has the seed of the beast, whereas only those two would have that. This is the count, right? I think this is the count. Kind of looks different, looks older, but I have to assume this is him.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Why would you just press the button? Who sent you a message? Why?
What is it?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It
Especially with the fact that he calls him mortal.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
So this guy just wants problems. He just wants the world to burn, pretty much. Oh, look. You can already see the corruption spreading in the trailer. I didn't see this the first time around. But like, look here. A part of the beast fell off and suddenly it's growing into this thing. Like, look, it fell off and it just starts spreading in the land. And you can imagine just how many of those pieces would keep falling off. Ding, ding. Okay, so enough about the cinematics. Let's go over I know the feeling, like 2 weeks is so long away. I'm just like, can I just play it now, please? Please? I beg of you.
Must be.
So there are a few things out there to talk about. The ascendancies, or how you would just spend $30. Oh, I will. Oh, definitely. I'm getting a key 100%. It's just it's still in 2 weeks.
We're gonna get it too in 2 weeks, yeah. Which makes me think I might not get it when it comes out.
What'd you say?
So I said that 2 weeks thing makes me think I'm not gonna. I'm like, they're still giving the keys to people who've spent over $450.
Yeah, was it $450 or $480?
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna. Even if I spend the amount, 'cause I think I was like on $460 for something, very high 40s. I still plan on buying the $30 pack.
Touch.
Let me see where. I think where does he mention it? Probably somewhere here. No, actually, no. It's probably not there. It's probably further in. Probably here. Probably somewhere in this vicinity. I'm back. All right, Luna, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. We'll definitely get more time to talk about PoE too. I need to just break down everything that I remember feeling. I don't know where shit happens in this long ass review, but it was a good review. I'll probably end up having to just rewatch a lot of it.
Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th.
I don't think this is where he mentions it, but maybe.
Access, this isn't just...
Yeah, he talks about the scope.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but in...
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2. And over that time, we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, characters,
it blows my mind that all the revelations were just done in an hour.
This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more.
And then this is the beast.
The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
Can I just say the Executioner fight is one fight I'm really looking forward to?
And this is where you find yourself at the start of
It looks like
PoE2.
such a cool fight.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Exile.
This was the area where it started breaking up and they had to take it back and whatnot.
Hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation.
It just splits him up and starts eating it.
On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations.
Is this a statue with guts?
But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast...
Was that 7? Wait, that was 7, wasn't it? Okay, no, this is not 1. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. I counted this person initially.
Classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics...
They didn't talk about the mounts. Even a little bit. No mention of like mounts or anything.
Builds,
but we know they are mounts, so that's interesting.
Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there.
Also, notice in the passive skill tree there isn't any sections that could be considered cluster geo sockets. Thank God for that. Just saying.
Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options.
You know that, right?
I know. It was no, they didn't. It was they said jewels.
Yeah. No, they said clusters. They just said they'll revisit it when a lot more things are set in stone in the Q&A.
Or maybe it's the part I missed because I did have a call.
I will be 10 over 10.
Which 10 over 10? My guy Blight is in here. Take your L.
Yeah, actually, you know what? That was insane. Oils were there, so it's all good. I was right anyway.
My guy said oils were there. Where? I failed to see the part where there were oils. Because last I checked, that was not oil. Those were, what mechanic was it again? Delirium, I think. Those were delirium things. They're not oils. Get your facts right, okay?
Sag.
But at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your...
So...
Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the...
Oh, I see. Okay. Makes sense. So he's starting here, but these are the other classes. So like witch would probably end up starting here, most likely. This is probably the witch starts. And this is the monk. This is... In the 6 classes, this would be the ranger. Who else was there? The marauder is this guy. The shooter, who's the shooter guy? I forget his name, but he will probably be here. The mercenary. Yeah, this is the mercenary star. The direct opposite of which is probably mercenary. This would be...
Mercenary's gemling class or whatever is really good.
It has so much potential. Like I feel
it
like
looks like the first class they made. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
For PoE2.
Where it's like, oh, your gems are just supercharged. You have even more gems than the regular person. It's like, so you get so many bonuses from your gems where it genuinely feels like you are the gem master when playing that. And I kind of like that concept of the ascendancy. And I think in the same vein, I hope other, because some of the other, what's it called? Some ascendancies felt a bit lackluster in the having a unique identity field. Because I know like the Infernalist was all fire and everything, but like they didn't reveal anything that sounded like, oh shit, you know. They revealed the Bloodhound, which was cool. They revealed that you can make all damage from you and your minions count to like ignite chance and magnitude. They revealed, what else did they reveal? I think that was it. I think there was at least something else, one other thing. I just don't remember. But anyways, it didn't feel like, oh, you're this master of fire, if that makes. Oh yeah, the flame mana thing. That's what I was trying to think of. They revealed the flame mana thing, but maybe because they didn't talk a bit about what you could do with the flame mana and maybe how it affects skills. That's why I feel its identity is kind of weak, basically. Because if you look at it from a gameplay point of view, okay, now you don't deal with mana, you deal with the flame. When it fills up, you take damage, and then when it's above a certain point, you do more damage. That doesn't feel like it. Like it's like literally insert anything instead of mana here. It doesn't feel like this is fire specifically. Does that make sense? It's like it's, you know, you could even argue that this is like tinctures with mana burn, except it's the inverse of mana burn. You know, it's like it doesn't feel very fire-esque. It's not when it's full, I take damage, but then I have an RF aura for 5 seconds. So I'm trying to maximize as much as possible, or I have this fire thing that is just does fire damage to me and empties, but it doesn't do anything to enemies, and it's not instantly like blowing up already united enemies or making a sea of flames or something. So like that is a class I think was on the weaker side in terms of class identity.
The same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
Ooh, I just realized they showed the witches passives here.
Spending a little bit of
minion damage, spell damage, hybrid. Oh, you know something that I actually find interesting? Is this, now that I think about it, PoE 2 encourages, at least from this node and from what I know about PoE 2, it almost encourages a kind of hybrid caster playstyle with minions sometimes. And what I have in mind right now is the SRS gem, because if we take a look at PoE 2DB and we look at Summon Raging Spirits, you would see like, oh, it's very different from PoE 1 first and foremost. Raging Spirits. It's very different in that you summon them by casting a fire spell, and it's fire area spell summon a spirit per this meter of radius. So the bigger the area of that fire spell, the more raging spirits it summons. And I assume because of the way this scales, there'll be a lot of like hybrid spell damage and minion damage, and there'll be a lot of like spiritual A type situations going on with your minion damage, where the fire spell you're throwing is not just a summoning skill, but rather it does damage itself. And then it just creates those minions that would also, zerg the enemy. I don't like this limit though, but maybe it's something that we can increase somehow. But yeah, hybrid spell, minion damage, minion attack cast speed. That's just minion stuff. Minion deals damage.
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes...
Do you think bleeding still goes through ES, by the way?
I don't think CI is going to be our reality in this game. As easy as it is in this currently.
I don't think it'd be as easy as in the PoE 1 as well. I think you need to solve bleeding 100%. I think that is something they would want.
I mean, I think we should be solving bleeding now, to be honest.
Yeah.
Can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique.
100% increased attack speed. So Cool Rangers has base 2.5 attacks per second. With increased arrow speed. Oh shit. Okay. Huh. That's new. So I'm guessing arrow speed is just projectile speed. They just renamed it, would be my guess. You still shoot just as fast as you did before, but the projectile goes much faster. Also, the fact that one more thing I found weird about this is like, okay, so it's only when you're not on low infernal flame where that your minions contribute to ignite chance. Okay, cool. So there is a reason to not be on low.
And your minions will...
But other than that, I mean, not having to deal with mana is also It's also just in general, it could be decent.
As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows.
Wait, so this means you might want to scale. You can actually want to what's the word I'm looking for here? You might want to mana stack on this build, because by mana stacking, you would be able to spend more time above low Infernal Flame, but below maximum, and you'll be able to spend more, like you'll be able to spend more time there to where you're getting those bonuses for a longer period of time. Though it does increase the build up to get there, it means maintaining it becomes, you know. And it's very simple to maintain. We just need to cast skills. Like we don't even need to hit anyone. We just need to make sure we cast a skill in 2 seconds. So it's kind of gonna be interesting to see how this plays out, to be honest.
You'll take damage.
And hopefully there's more we can do in Infernal Flame. I don't know. It seems like a decent concept, but it's at least on the Ascendancy, it doesn't feel like it's fully utilized in any way that makes it interesting. But it's one of those things that it seems like it has potential.
Yeah, there might be uniques and stuff to take it to the next level too.
So hopefully I'm wrong about the Ascendancy not feeling like, you know, you're this flame person or whatnot, but we'll see. They obviously have not revealed everything in the Ascendancy, just like literally 3 nodes or 4 or something like that. I mean, it was 3. Hellhound, Infernal Flame, extra Infernal Flame information, and then they moved on. So 3. Out of, I think they were like 7? No, they're like 8. So. And then for the Ascension Trials, what did I think about them? I think for the Ascension Trials, I like the concept, and of course, like I'm not the biggest fan of Sanctum. You all know this. I'm not the biggest fan of. I hope Ultimatum doesn't have like build breaking mods that like, and I don't hope they don't like go for the ruin approach. I would hope for those modifiers to be okay. The monsters are buffed in certain ways, and they are more deadly in that way. Can you overcome the challenge and yada yada yada? I would much rather have that than there be. I mean, granted, even if there's ruin, you can pick anything else. But I don't want there to. It seems kind of lame if there is in the ascension process a modifier which essentially just reads you must pick one or the other two, because no one is going to pick ruin. So it's like I think ruin would be a very, very mem mod as an ultimatum affix to still be here. But I think, you know, phase monster phase as extra chaos makes sense. I can appreciate that. Maybe their hits bypass ES, who knows, or a percentage of their hit bypasses ES, not just the entirety, but like that could be interesting. But like that also breaks CI, so I don't know, but like I want to see things that make you think in the way of like, okay, I can handle this, or this might be spicy, but this is the best of all the options I have. Not that, oh, I can't run this. So again, if it's that, also brings the question, the hits go through ES, like, okay, that just breaks certain builds, so now it doesn't make sense for that to be a part of Ascension Trials. But at the same time, would you be CI before you do Ascension Trials? I don't know. You know, it's because like if I remember correctly, chaos damage doesn't go through ES anymore, right? So even the phase as extra chaos, it's not like you're worried about it on like a low life build or anything. Poison does though, but like, okay, so like poison could be something they take advantage of. Maybe bleeding. All damage can bleed from monsters. All damage can poison. All damage can do this, or just interesting things that would make, or extra pros, like interesting things that would actually make the encounter feel different and more challenging, rather than, oh, I just can't run this. This is ruin. Okay, I don't know. That's what I'm hoping for from the ultimatum side. From the sanctum side, I don't know, man. I don't like sanctum. I'll probably still end up trying it, and we'll see. I like that. I like the fact that it is mitigatable, and you'll be having a tanky character means your honor is somehow more protected, even though it's honor. And I don't know how having more armor means my honor is hurt less when I get slapped in the face. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? But yeah, it's definitely a nice take from Exile, and the fact that we can choose means honestly it's going to be less of a pain point for most people. At least that's what I see it being. And I do not miss traps, so again the Sanctum portion just looks less appealing because it has traps, but we'll see. It might be a case of I might still choose to do it from a role-playing point of view because it feels like more of a challenge than just going to kill monsters. You know, there are certain people that would also want that approach where it feels like you're actually ascending, you're doing all of this, you're going through all these trials and tribulations to come out, to prove your worth and to come out stronger and whatnot. So there's a role-play aspect to it as well that cannot be denied. That Ultimatum, from what I saw in this trailer, did not have, right? Game structure, the fact that we have cruel difficulties of Act 1 and 3, I mean, I don't care. I don't like it too much, but I don't care enough. Like it doesn't matter to me. I'll just do Act 1 to 3 again. Who cares? You know, it's tougher, yada yada. Who cares? It's PoE 2. We'll play it. This is not like we're going to be going through. I'm just going to go with the assumption that I'm not going to reroll too many times before launch, so I don't have to worry about the cruel system too much. I mean, how many ascendancies really call my name as an example? Not too many. Like the witch, obviously, the different witch ascendancies, obviously, more witches, obviously, because I like in PoE, I would say I have created over 10 witches at this point, and maybe 2 Templars, 1 Shadow, 2 duelists, something like that. But like witches are like over 10, so you know, it's just more witches most likely for me. But then I do kind of like the idea behind the mercenary, and maybe if the Rangers rowers are or I can say Rangers rowers, but maybe the Rangers support for like the rowers seems interesting enough, I might actually play around with it, you know, if she has decent, like if she can make her rower do decent damage or have some interesting effects, maybe I play around with that as well. But yeah, end game, let's just go straight to the end game. I think we're already there.
Around level 6 cruel difficult game. To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile 2.
There was like something I didn't fully understand about the tower system and whatnot.
Is having a lot of distinct in-game content be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2, we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
Watching DM streaming, he said he doesn't know if he can say this, but Blight's in the game. They will be in the game.
Lol.
Is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the
He
endgame.
said he didn't know why he didn't say it, but
what was that?
Pretty sure the Blight is in the game.
Okay. I mean,
10 over 10, GG's, bro.
No, it's not 10 over 10.
GG's.
Nah, there's no proof of that. Can't convince me otherwise.
Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now we are not.
So someone brought up a point that's interesting in chat, which is, can you potentially break your Atlas progression if you lose all the maps, like let's say from your starting points? Like you just start from somewhere and then you break everything around you. What happens there?
I think because T1 is dropping so much of the things that no, you just have to fall back one step. Just the rare T1s at almost 300 increased drop rates.
Remember, you start from somewhere, correct? There's a center. So what if you fill all the maps around your center?
Reroll. Go let's play everyone.
I don't think
that would happen. Even in PoE 1, the transition to T1 maps has been easy for new players.
Yes, and I'm not saying it's going to be
Especially
likely.
if you're not fighting a boss for every 4 maps.
You're
still dropping maps, right?
I think it is not that you're not dropping maps. Do you remember when they said if you fail a map, you can't go through it, you have to go around it?
Wasn't that just for the pinnacle? Wasn't that just for the boss of the area?
No, that is for every single zone. You cannot progress to zones past it if you fail the zone. So if you feel like let's say if you're looking at my screen, if you fail this green node in the middle right here, you will not be able to go through the green node. No, it was not biome, it was zone. So if you fill that zone, you'd have to, instead of going in this straight line, you'd have to go around the left side and, you know, go around to get to the nodes behind it if you like them, which I think is kind of just tedious. But like, I guess the moral of the story is don't fill zones, you know.
Yeah, just do your best.
But like,
if you need practice, go do Delve right now.
But like, I think it's bad design personally. If it is possible that a character can be bricked to the point where they can't progress through the Atlas, I think that should not be possible.
Goal, so I think if it happens to a lot of people, it'll probably be fixed ASAP. To be honest, I don't think this map thing is coming out in a great state. I think there's going to be a good amount of last-minute adjustments to the system.
Oh, I think people are going to be livid once they lose their maps once or twice and they have to go around because they see a really good node there. Because like, just looking at this, just looking at this, if you fill this blue node right here, you have to link it through this many side nodes just to get to the green node beyond it. And if that green node is something you really want, you're going to have to do, like, literally you have to do, if you fill this one, you have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like four maps before you can do it.
But the only way you can fail a map is by failing the map boss after 4 maps, right?
No, I think you just run out of portals. You fill the map. GG. Because not every map.
Watch the video. I didn't understand it that way.
Not every map has a boss, and your goal for every individual map is rare monsters, except the boss sides. So that would mean if you run out of portals before you finish clearing X amount of rare monsters or whatever, if you keep dying, it's just blocked.
There has to be a trader, right? That sells you tiers at the level you're at.
I'm not worried about the tiers, because the thing is, the Atlas is the Atlas.
For when you get stuck.
From my understanding of it is, the tiers doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever the tier you're going to run is the tier of the map you put in, but you're going to still progress on the expanding board. The board is the board. There is no tier 16 zones or whatever. It's just, this is a zone. Then the tier of map you put into the device determines what tier it is. So like, this is just strand. If you put a tier 16 waystone in there, it's going to be tier 16 strand. If you put tier 5, it'll be tier 5 strand.
You're saying the region, it's the regions are fixed, and the waystones are the tier of difficulty.
Yes, that's my understanding of it. But so like, I'm not worried about having, like, being in a tier that you can't handle or something. What my concern is you know how it feels when you die in last epoch and you just get nothing for it, and how you know that feeling, that you could easily have a similar feeling, or even worse here, where because let's say you're filling a map or whatever, you see all the potential nodes you're just being denied right now, and if you've already filled a link to this area, you might have to find an even longer route to try to get to this one area if you really have something you want, as an example, or whatever else. Now, granted, you don't need that particular area, but imagine how you would feel if, because you're in a league start scenario, you currently have trash gear, trying to make do with, like, you know, whatever. Imagine if you run out of portals in a strand, for example, in PoE 1, you just would not get the Atlas completion point. Or at least maybe let's say for like a day or whatever. Like, you feel it, so there's some permanent downside to it. It's not apples to apples, because it's a very different system. But like, we don't have anything that's quite as punishing as that in PoE 1 for failing a map. Besides, oh, you failed the map, that means you need to find another one. Like, if you're in a league start scenario, you corrupted your map and it's very spicy, you're just like, okay, I'll just send the mods and hope I can finish 9. Then you can't. There is no lingering downside to that decision. But like, here, there is. There is a lingering downside, and that might make it so that might create some sort of friction that is not healthy.
I feel like it doesn't feel as bad as last epoch though, because you have 6 portals. That means you have sufficient tries. Last Epoch is one death. Literally one death.
Yes.
One bullshit spire death while you're looting.
Agreed. And I agree with the fact that you have multiple portals, but also remember that remember how PoE1 is when you meet that one soul eater that is just going to murder you on repeat as you enter the map. Now imagine that, but you really want the nodes after it.
I guess we'll see. I'm not sure. But also, I don't really, might be a skill issue.
Lol. Because like I don't see myself being victim to too many things unless like something is just wiping out my minions on repeat and like there's nothing I can do about the fact that they're always dead and then they spawn and then they just die real quick after they spawn and stuff like that. Like, I mean, obviously the solutions if you're getting creamed by the content is to just run lower tier waystones or maps, right? But at the end of the day, you can't change the tier of map you already opened mid map. So it's like you just have to take your L and know that okay, you're not progressing through this node. I'm just like I just don't like I said it when I was playing last. I really don't like the cost of death in Last Epoch, and it's funny because I remember when Last Epoch were asked about deaths and if there's going to be an XP penalty or yada yada, and they said they're not trying to penalize you for dying and yada yada, and then they went to make that map system, and it's like okay, buddy, okay, like okay. Okay.
Can we refund Last Epoch?
Lol.
Two's out.
Bruh.
We already have monoliths.
Lol.
You're really gonna log in to do the worst version of monoliths now?
I mean, we're just gonna play this version of monoliths, right?
Going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the atlas,
and it's ironic too because they actually use the word corruption.
Find the ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources.
You see, I don't know if you're looking at my stream, but he just said like you can open portals to nearby location and begin cleansing. But then, looking at this, there are 4 exit points from the ziggurat, the starting location. If I fill these 4 maps, am I just done with? Can this character just not do maps anymore? Do you get what I mean?
There's no way that's possible. There's actually just no way. Well, actually, let me not be wrong. There is a way.
Do you underestimate the power of being a noob? What if this is your absolute first game ever?
Doubling down on figuring. If they double down on figuring that out, like how to communicate with new people, I think they will communicate effectively. Maybe not instantly, but they'll definitely create something.
Like imagine somebody's main skill is lightning arrow, and then they equip void manipulation on it.
Well, they probably won't because it's not in the recommended gems.
What if they just decide to be spicy? Look, I'll put it to you this way. If there is
just assuming worst case scenario, it's not a healthy conversation.
What's not a healthy I'm saying it is bad design if there is a way you can break yourself out of the end game. You're assuming there's nobody on the planet who would have access to the early access that would be bad enough to fill all 4 maps.
No, you're creating a scenario of someone who's like, I'm not going to listen to any recommended stuff.
What
I'm gonna pick whatever I want.
I'm creating a scenario. That's an extreme scenario. What I'm saying, I'm creating a scenario where
Apex don't make nature the campaign, and you know it.
I am creating a scenario where there is somebody who, for one reason or the other, fails the first 4 maps, which in this case there are only 4 that travel you out of there. We don't know of a situation where this would be remedied. It didn't sound like, oh, you can still go through it, but you don't get the reward like with Last Epoch. No, it's just you cannot travel through it.
But it's not a reward; it's a mechanic. You can still fail that mechanic when you're in the map too.
How?
You could die to an essence and it burns your portals.
Yes.
You could not complete the shrine and you burn portals. You could not complete the rituals for you to be able to like claim something good. It's not a reward like Last Epoch. Last Epoch is like, hey, you're getting this at the end. Like PoE is like you still don't know what you're getting at the end. You just have a guaranteed mechanic you can engage with.
I'm not talking about the mechanic. You're missing the point. If you do not, if you fail to clear the map, you cannot travel through the node. So if there are four places you can go once you leave the spawn, and you fail on those 4, you cannot travel. To our current knowledge, maybe that's not how it actually is, but we haven't been told that that's not how it actually is.
I'm just assuming that's not how it actually is because it just doesn't make sense.
You'd be surprised that an oversight like that is possible. Like,
I definitely think it's possible. I just think it'll be patched instantly.
I didn't think anyone could be bad enough to, but yes.
Like Quinn is gonna log in and brick his maps in front of 25,000 people, and then they're gonna patch it.
Like I always err on the side of there is what I think was Einstein that said it. There are only 2 things that are infinite: the universe and human stupidity. That is just factual. And so I'm not gonna go with the assumption that there is nobody on the planet that would play this and not break those first 4 portals somehow. You might think,
by the way, you saw that corrupting is now TLI like, right?
That the downsides are now negligible, or the implicit parts. Which one?
No, the part that it can upgrade mods on uniques by a higher range. Calm's Heart going from 1,000 to Flat Life to 1,200.
So
he spoke about it in the thing.
That's like Mirror. That's nothing new.
Bro, that's the fun part of corrupting in TLI. Being able to make a mod T0.
But it's like Mirror of Kalandra. They didn't say it's evolving the mod like in TLI.
They said it's evolving. They said it's evolving the mod, and it's not gonna follow the ranges.
Yeah, that's increase. It's increase. You're not changing what the mod does. It's not. Oh, you cannot do physical now. You cannot do elemental.
I'm talking about the changing. I'm talking about. I'm talking about the increasing.
Yeah, but not changing. And what I'm saying is, PoE already has that. Mirror of Kalandra already does that.
That's not the same.
You can't.
Wait, no.
You can't. You can't alter the item once it's corrupted. Same thing with mirrored.
What do you mean by Mirror of Kalandra does that? What does Mirror of...
No, Mirror of Kalandra. I mean like the mist. When you use the reflective mist on an item, it can go, and it's, let's say it's doubles it. It can go from like 1.6 to 2.2x of the initial value. That's how people get to like something res or 100 and something res. It's kind of the same concept.
Point is, it's fun in TLI to slam corrupt a unique and get a T0 version that's just obviously better. That's my main point for TLI. Like, it's fun when that happens.
I would say
so. I think it's cool that they added that to uniques in PoE.
I would say
think about some uniques, so you would like to get an extra little breakpoint for it that helps your overall build.
I would say to me, jeez, the most mind-blowing part about Torchlight's corruption system is the evolution part. This mod previously said you cannot deal physical. Now it says you cannot deal elemental. This mod previously did this. Now it does this. I think that is a lot more fun.
I mean, I really like that. I really like that system because of diversity.
Like,
to be honest,
having
I don't
a bigger
know
number
that
is
many
nice.
more uniques apart from Orden's Breastpin that is a really nice one.
No, there are a couple. I know I just randomly go through certain uniques and I saw it, and like I just randomly like, oh.
Orden's Breastpin just has always felt to me like the one that was almost made for, you know.
Yeah, because like
I don't see other uniques where people go, hey, you can't use this build to use the corrupted version that does this.
Like, I remember how mind blown I was when I was like, oh, I just can't use Warden's Breastpin. Like, just I couldn't use it. That was the unique, right? And then I found out, oh, when you corrupt it, it just does a full 180 on what it does. Oh, you can only deal physical damage. I don't think physical. Okay, I can't use it. Then I realized, oh, when it is tier 0 mod, suddenly now makes it so that you can only do elemental damage. Like, oh shit, that is perfect for me. It's like that was a big revelation for me when I started playing TL, and that was the point where I was like, oh shit, I actually might want to corrupt in this game, because like in PoE I don't corrupt items. I see
TLI makes you want to corrupt, like you don't really.
I see.
At some point, it's just the next step. Even
Exactly.
before T1, sometimes you want to corrupt. I mean, on my moto build, I want to corrupt a T0 pretty much into maps to fully sustain command.
It's like having a bigger number in a unique. I don't know. I can't think of a unique that I would really care
Well, that's
about
what I mean,
having a
though.
bigger
So
number.
with the moto build, that command uptime becomes like, it's like, oh yeah, as soon as you don't want to use any command slates or anything, just get this to T0. I really like that because it feels like,
in PoE terms, what would that be? Like, I'm trying to think of like impressive numbers. Like, at best, you're looking at stuff like maybe Brass Dome giving slightly more max res. Because like slightly more life, slightly more ES, like it's good for like stackers. Maybe that would be decent for like stackers, you know. So maybe your Alberon's Warpath, instead of giving 1 for every 3 strength, gives 1 for every 2 strength, or 2 for every 3 strength, or whatever else it wants to do, right? It's like, but for the average stat on unique, unless it's altering the nodes that don't really care about ranges, then it becomes more interesting, you know. If it's, let's say for Quill Rain, instead of 250% attack speed, you're getting like 400. Okay, cool. But like if it's just, it goes to 270. Yeah.
I mean, the example they said was from what, 1K to 14?
No, it was 1200.
It
was just, it was 20%. It was 1K to 1200. It's like,
I mean, I like the change, but
like, I'm not saying it's a bad change or anything. I'm just saying,
you're saying meh.
Yeah, it's like, okay. Unless
then you'll see the 1 minion unique that defines your build, and you'll be slamming Val Orbs.
Yeah, and if
I'm
that's
just gonna remind you.
And if that's the case, then I'll take it. It's like it's I'm not saying bigger numbers are bad. I'm saying bigger numbers could be more interested. It's like it doesn't have to like if the sole reason for slamming was for a bigger number, then you have a situation. Then that's kind of like having I guess a D4 moment with master working. It's kind of the same thing, really, except it's not bricked. You know, it's like bigger number, obviously better, but you could have you could have done something that would have been more interesting here. And honestly, it's as simple as saying, okay, yeah, give them tier 0, and then the tier 0 just has an extra effect. Like that's what TLI does. It's just it has a chance of going to T0, but then the T0 of this mod does this.
That at this point.
Or the T0 of this one does that. Or the T0 of this one,
might take that at some point.
Like that.
It's like they like leaving stuff like that for replicas. That's their replica unique philosophy design.
Yeah.
I don't know if their goal is to do that for corruptions as well.
I agree.
And to be honest, I see replicas coming back because it's just such a cool way to do that.
Yeah,
That's the reason I don't think it's gonna happen with corruptions.
But yeah, like if there's any like off the top of my head, looking at all the uniques I play with, I don't see too many very mind-blowing bigger number equal just insanely more dopamine, you know. Like the Baron, maybe you leech for % higher, you know, maybe Jinx Juju, maybe your Spectre sticks slightly more damage from you. Maybe.
What about mods that are for stat stackers?
Like that's what I'm saying. It's like it's only the stackers that I think would be like, oh, mind blowing. Where instead of getting like
because the amount of flat they get per will be bigger.
Yeah, it's like that won't make sense. If you're going for a stacker, you're a life stacker. Okay, so the comms is really impactful for you. You're an ES stacker, so your apostate corrupt is really impactful or whatever else. You know, like you're a stacker, so the bigger number really makes a difference. You're a mana stacker or whatever else, you know. But for the regular non-stackers, it's like I honestly don't see the Blood Witch being good for minions. Like they showed like 4 nodes and none of them mentioned minions even once. It's like, okay, cool. It's like, okay. I really don't see it being good for minions. So it's probably the Infernalist that would be the minion ascendancy. Because at least that one, the very first node, the second node they showed had minions on it already, which is the when you're not on low Infernal Flame, your minions, your and your minions damage would add to ignite chance and magnitude. So like at least that one, we've already seen that there's support for minions in there. The first node was a Hellhound minion for free, you know. So it's like I see that. I want to assume the Hellhound doesn't take spirit, but I know it does. I know.
There's no way it doesn't.
Scorpion is. I know it does. It obviously
I
would.
don't know how much of a problem spirit will be, to be honest. It feels so good for minion players.
Yeah, but remember, if you want an aura, we also don't know how auras are going to be, but if we want an aura, we have to compete with having more minions for it.
Yeah, but aren't auras not multiplicative anymore? So like,
we don't know how auras are right now.
Situational.
From my understanding, yeah, like it's not something everybody wants to be built, but everybody wants to use their spirit somehow if they have spirits.
I mean,
it's a resource. Why not use it? Like I think from what it's sounding like, it's like probably going to be like for heralds will probably be what people would be going to for using their spirits.
Exciting time.
The amount of bots on Twitch.
In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier, which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face.
Yeah, so basically just the wavestone tier that determines the level.
Area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing...
Wait, what?
To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities.
I wonder why these guys are blurry. Like, I wonder what this debuff or buff is, what exactly it does.
Monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the
I don't understand what I'm reading right now. It could be a solution for what I just said, but it could also not be. But it says map failed. Control middle click to complete even the sparse vegetation. Okay, no. It's control middle click to complete. And then I think that's the description for the zone. Even the sparse vegetation does not linger here long, something like that. So maybe you can still complete it. I don't know. I have to assume so. That's a safe assumption anyways.
The areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap.
This guy just takes so long.
Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the content.
Everywhere just gets dark.
Be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen.
I think the essence is now just
solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters
they make a lot of sense now.
If you defeat them, the essence they drop
and
can
it looks
be used
so
to
cool.
upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade.
By the way, I don't know if you
magics to
saw
rares,
this,
adding the guaranteed mod.
but you can only apply 2 essences to an item because the essences are by themselves upgrade the item from one tier to the other. So the only way you would do, like the proper way you would essence craft is probably you would use the omens from ritual to take it from a white item to a magic item, given the mod you want. Let's say you go speed, for example, a speed prefix or speed. Yeah, it's a prefix. Speed prefix, you get movement speed, cool. Then you use your augmentation to get a suffix, and then you do the same thing for where you use an omen, then use another essence to guarantee or a prefix or a suffix, so, you know, however you want to craft, and then you just maybe potentially exalt the rest past that or something else. But yeah, that's
cool.
That's going to be how essence crafting will probably look like.
I'm down for a crafting revamp.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we get something like harvest later on if we're getting harvest.
This is incredibly powerful,
but
since
no
it
mention
allows
so
you to
far.
get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety.
Let me see what those mods are.
But it will
play against 30% reduced flash charges, your curse with elemental weakness, curse with enfeeble.
Require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns.
Wait a second. Wait, what? Something doesn't make sense here. Who could transform? Was it the Infernalist or was it the Blood Witch? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I don't think
Yeah,
it was a Blood Witch.
It has to be the Infernalist, right? Because I'm seeing the Witch right now with the wing, the transformation with the firebar. I'm like, is this a Forbidden Flesh and Flame moment, or is this? Let me see, Ascendancies. Where was it? I'm on 54. Basically here. Coach Nick, thank you for the follow. How you doing?
And if it overflows, you'll.
There you go. Is this one?
Infernal Flame is about 30, increasing amount of damage.
Okay, yeah, it is the Infernal Witch. It is the Infernal Witch. Had to be sure because I was like, something not looking right here. Something not looking good. I mean, I think that's practically. So my thoughts on it equal. I am really looking forward to PoE2, honestly. I will make a video on this, probably leading up to probably by tomorrow. I'll try to get out then. Where I'll talk briefly about the different things that were mentioned in the live stream, and then my opinions on what I'm looking forward to the most, maybe, and maybe some potential points of concern, you know, like what I just said. and whatever else I think is relevant for the video. Anyways, that's gonna be it for now. I will be back tomorrow evening, you know, same stream time. Today was just a different one because of the live stream. We got a shit ton of content. I'm really excited about it. I'm looking forward to seeing how other creators also react to the reveals. I'll probably end up watching this live stream secondhand over the next few days. I know I did the same thing when Witch was revealed, and Settlers of Kagura as well. So like that'll probably end up being what my next few days looks like, which is funny. But anyways, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate y'all. Be back tomorrow. Good night.